Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Tonight, I've got a mix of wild HOA stories and some truly unbelievable neighbour tales, the kind that'll make you appreciate having somewhat normal neighbours. Or at least I hope so. As always, grab your favourite snack, get comfortable, and let's dive in. Our first story comes from someone who learned that apparently there's such a thing as having too much beauty in your life. My HOA tried to fine me for having too many flowers. I moved into my current house about 2 years ago, and one of the things that drew me to this particular neighbourhood was how beautiful and well maintained all the gardens looked. The previous owner had left behind some really lovely flower beds, and I've always been passionate about gardening, so I was excited to make them my own. I spent my first spring planting tulips, daffodils, and crocuses for early colour. Then I added some perennials like black-eyed Susans, purple coneflowers, and bee balm for summer blooms. By fall, I had chrysanthemums and asters, providing colour well into October. I was so proud of how everything turned out. The garden was this gorgeous riot of colour that changed with the seasons, and I got so many compliments from neighbours who would stop during their evening walks to admire the flowers. I thought I was being an everything model homeowner. I kept neat and tidy, deadheaded, spent blooms regularly, and made sure no weeds crept in. The garden was my pride and joy, and I spent hours every week maintaining it. I even started a small vegetable garden in the back corner with tomatoes, peppers, and herbs. Everything was perfect until I got a letter from the HOA 3 months ago. The letter informed me that my property was in violation of community standards due to excessive and inappropriate landscaping choices that disrupt the neighbourhood's aesthetic harmony. They were giving me 30 days to bring my garden into compliance, or face a fine of $500. I was completely confused. I read through the HOA guidelines from top to bottom, and nowhere did it mention any restrictions on flowers or gardens. There were rules about lawn maintenance, keeping properties free of weeds, and not letting landscaping become overgrown, but nothing about having too many flowers. I called the HOA office to ask for clarification. The woman who answered the phone was polite but unhelpful. She told me that my garden was too colourful for community standards, and that several neighbours had complained that it was distracting and inappropriate for a family neighbourhood. I asked her to be more specific about which guidelines I was violating, and she put me on hold for 10 minutes. When she came back, she said the board had determined that my garden created visual pollution, and that I needed to remove at least 70% of my flowering plants and replace them with more subdued landscaping appropriate for our community's refined aesthetic. I was honestly shocked. Visual pollution? I had planted flowers, not installed neon signs. I asked if I could attend the next board meeting to discuss this, and she reluctantly agreed to put me on the agenda. The board meeting was held in the community centre on a Tuesday evening. There were maybe 15 people in attendance, mostly older residents who looked like they'd been living in the neighbourhood since it was built. I brought photos of my garden from different angles and seasons to show that everything was well beautiful. When maintained and my turn came to speak, I explained that I was confused about the violation notice because I couldn't find any specific guidelines about flower restrictions. I showed the photos and pointed out that my garden was actually enhancing the neighbourhood's beauty and property values. The HOA president, a stern-looking woman in her 60s name, listened Patricia to my presentation without changing her expression. When I finished, she stood up and said that while my garden might look nice to me, it was excessive and attention-seeking in a way that disrupted the calm, uniform appearance the community was trying to maintain. She said that several neighbours had complained that my garden was too bright and busy, and that it made their own landscaping look inadequate by comparison. She claimed that the variety of colours and the constantly changing blooms throughout the seasons were disruptive to the peaceful ambience of the neighbourhood. I asked which specific neighbours had complained, and Patricia said that information was confidential. I asked to see the written complaints, and she said they were submitted verbally during previous minutes, that meeting board meetings. I asked for the would document these complaints, and she said they were not available for review by non-board members. The whole thing felt like a kangaroo court. I pointed out that my garden was actually helping local pollinators and supporting biodiversity, which not penned be encouraged, shudalized. Patricia's response was that ecological concerns are secondary to community standards. Another board member, an elderly man who introduced himself as the Architectural Review Committee chair, said that the problem wasn't necessarily the flowers themselves, but the overwhelming quantity and variety. He suggested that I could keep a few tasteful plantings, but needed to remove most of them and replace them with more appropriate ground cover or shrubs. I asked what they considered appropriate, and he said neutral colours, minimal variety, plants that don't change dramatically with the seasons. Basically, he wanted me to turn my vibrant garden into a boring collection of green shrubs. I left that meeting feeling frustrated and defeated. I decided to do some research on HOA law and discovered that in my state, HOAS can only enforce restrictions that are clearly spelled out in the community guidelines. Since there was nothing in writing about flower restrictions, I had a pretty good case. I hired a lawyer who specialised in HOA disputes. She reviewed my case and agreed that the HOA was overstepping their authority. She sent them a letter explaining that their demands had no legal basis and that any fines would be contested. The HOA's response was to hire their own lawyer and double down on their position. They sent me a new letter claiming that my garden violated the general clause about maintaining community standards, and that the board had the authority to interpret what that meant. This went back and forth for weeks. Meanwhile, I continued maintaining my garden exactly as I always had. I wasn't going to rip out hundreds of dollars worth of healthy, beautiful plants because a few neighbours were apparently offended by the sight of flowers. The breaking point came when I received a notice that they were placing a lien on my property for unpaid fines. They claimed I owed $1,500 in accumulated penalties for continuing to maintain my non-compliant landscaping. That's when things got interesting. A formal lawyer filed complaint with the State Attorney General's office, which has a division that investigates HOA misconduct. She also advised me to start documenting everything, so I began taking photos of other properties in the neighbourhood. What I discovered was fascinating. The board president, Patricia, had a front yard that was completely paved with decorative stones. No grass, no plants, nothing. The architectural review chair had a lawn that was mostly dead grass with a few struggling shrubs. Several other board members had properties that were actually in violation of the written guidelines about maintaining healthy landscaping. Meanwhile, I started getting support from neighbours I'd never expected. It turned out that several people loved my garden but had been afraid to speak up at board meetings because they didn't want to become targets themselves. A few of them had received similar harassment from the HOA about other issues. One neighbour told me that Patricia had tried to force her to remove a small herb garden because it was too informal. Another had been told his fruit trees were inappropriate for the front yard, even though there was nothing in the guidelines prohibiting them. The state investigation took about 2 months, and the results were damning. The Attorney General's office found that the HOA had been systematically misinterpreting the community guidelines to harass residents over personal preferences rather than legitimate violations. They ordered the HOA to remove all liens and fines related to my garden and to revise their enforcement procedures to comply with state law. They also required the board to attend training on proper HOA governance and resident rights. The best part was the letter I received from the new HOA management company that was brought in to oversee the transition. They formally apologised for the harassment and acknowledged that my garden was a beautiful asset to the community that enhances property values and neighbourhood appeal. I'm still living in the same house with the same garden, and it's more beautiful than ever. I added even more flowers this spring, including some particularly vibrant orange marigolds and purple petunias that bloom all season long. Patricia moved out of the neighbourhood 6 months after the state investigation concluded, and the new board has been much more reasonable to work with. That story is over. The sheer entitlement of trying to ban flowers because they're too pretty is mind-boggling. Imagine being so miserable that the sight of someone else's beautiful garden offends you to the point of legal action. Some people really will find a way to complain about anything. Speaking of people who seem determined to make everyone else's life difficult, this next story comes from someone dealing with a neighbour who has apparently never heard of basic courtesy. My neighbour keeps parking in front of my driveway. I've been living in my house for about 3 years now, and for the most part, things have been pretty peaceful with the neighbours. My street has decent parking, with spots available along the curb, and everyone generally seems to respect each other's space. That all changed when Kyle moved in across the street about 8 months ago. Kyle drives this massive pickup truck that takes up way more space than a normal car. The first few times I saw it parked in front of my driveway, I figured it was just an honest mistake. Maybe he didn't realise how close he was, or maybe he was just unloading something and would move it soon. I gave him the benefit of the doubt because I tried to be a good neighbour, but then it kept happening. I'd come home from work and find his truck positioned right across my driveway entrance, making it impossible for me to pull in. I'd have to park on the street and walk up to his door to ask him to move it. The first few times he was apologetic and moved it right away, saying he hadn't realised he was blocking me. After about a month of this happening 2 or 3 times a week, I decided to have a friendly conversation with him about it. I walked over one Saturday morning and explained that his truck was frequently blocking my driveway and asked if he could be more careful about where he parked. Kyle seemed understanding and promised to pay better attention. Things got better for maybe 2 weeks, but then it started happening again. Only this time, when I'd ask him to move his truck, he seemed annoyed about it. He'd make comments like, "I was only there for a few minutes," or "There's plenty of other parking on the street." I started to get the feeling that he didn't think it was a big deal. The situation escalated when I came home late one evening after visiting my parents. It had been a long day, I was tired, and I just wanted to park in my own driveway and go inside. But there was Kyle's truck, completely blocking my entrance. I knocked on his door, but no one answered. The lights were on, so I knew someone was home, but he just wouldn't come to the door. I ended up having to park 3 blocks away because all the nearby street parking was taken. I was furious. The next morning I left a polite note on his windshield, asking him to please be more considerate about blocking my driveway. The note disappeared, but there was no acknowledgement or apology. That's when I decided to call a towing company. I looked up the local parking regulations and confirmed that blocking someone's driveway is indeed illegal, even if it's just partially blocked. The next time Kyle's truck was positioned across my driveway entrance, I called the towing service. I watched from my window as the tow truck arrived about 40 minutes later. Kyle came running out of his house in his pajamas, yelling at the tow truck driver about how he was just parked there for a minute, and this was completely unnecessary. The driver explained that blocking driveways was illegal and that he was just doing his job. Kyle had to pay $250 to get his truck back from the impound lot. I thought that would be the end of it, that he'd learned his lesson and would be more careful about where he parked. I was wrong. 3 days later, his truck was back in front of my driveway. This time, when I went to ask him to move it, he was openly hostile. He told me that calling the tow truck was a dick move and that I should have just asked him nicely to move it. I pointed out that I had asked him nicely dozens of times, and he'd ignored my requests. Kyle said that the street parking belonged to everyone, and he had just as much right to park there as anyone else. I explained that he wasn't just parking on the street, he was blocking my driveway, which was illegal. He said that was a technicality, and that I was being petty and vindictive. I called the towing company again. This time, Kyle saw the tow truck coming and ran out to move his vehicle before it could be towed, but instead of parking somewhere else, he just moved it forward about 3 feet, so it was still partially blocking my driveway. The tow truck driver said that since the truck was still blocking access, he could still tow it. Kyle had to pay the impound fee again. You'd think getting towed twice in 1 week would send a clear message, but apparently not. Now Kyle parks in front of my driveway deliberately, out of spite. He'll move his truck just long enough for me to pull in or out, then immediately move it back to block my driveway again. Last week I came home to find that he'd not only parked in front of my driveway, but had also put orange traffic cones around his truck, as if he was marking his territory. When I confronted him about it, he said he was protecting his parking spot, and that if I didn't like it, I could call my little tow truck friends again. The most infuriating part is that there's almost always plenty of parking available on the street. He's not doing this because he has nowhere else to park. He's doing it specifically to annoy me, because I had the audacity to enforce the law when he was blocking my driveway. I've started documenting everything with photos and timestamps. I've called the non-emergency police line several times, and they've issued him citations for blocking a driveway. But the fines are apparently not enough to deter him. He just pays them and continues parking there. My next-door neighbour told me that Kyle has been complaining to other people on the street about me, saying that I'm difficult to deal with and that I escalated things unnecessarily by having his truck towed. He's apparently trying to turn the neighbourhood against me, painting me as the unreasonable one in this situation. The whole thing has turned into this ridiculous, ongoing battle. I shouldn't have to fight this hard just to be able to park in my own driveway. Kyle has made it clear that he's going to keep doing this out of spite, and I'm running out of patience with the whole situation. That story is over. Getting towed twice and still continuing to block someone's driveway out of pure spite takes a special kind of stubborn pettiness. Some people will literally spend hundreds of dollars just to prove they can be jerks. Our next tale comes from someone who discovered that apparently even the colour of your own front door can become a neighbourhood controversy. The HOA said my door was the wrong shade of blue. When I bought my house last year, one of the things I loved about it was the beautiful navy blue front door. It was this rich classic colour that really made the house stand out in the best way. The previous owners had clearly put thought into the choice, and it complemented the grey siding and white trim perfectly. I'd been living there for about 6 months when I received a letter from the HOA. I honestly forgot we HOA because even hadn't, nobody had bothered me about anything since I moved in. The letter was formal and intimidating, with official letterhead and legal language that made it sound much more serious than it needed to be. The letter informed me that my front door was in violation of the community's architectural guidelines and that I had 30 days to repaint it in an approved colour or face a fine of $250. I read the letter 3 times because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I immediately pulled out my copy of the HOA guidelines that I'd received when I bought the house. I flipped through the section on exterior colours and found the approved paint colours for front doors. There were about 15 different options listed, including several shades of blue. One of them was called Naval Academy Blue, which looked exactly like my door colour. I called the HOA office and spoke to a woman named Patricia, who seemed to be the person handling architectural violations. I explained that I had received a letter about my door colour, but according to the guidelines, navy blue was an approved colour. Patricia put me on hold for several minutes, then came back and told me that my door was not the correct shade of blue. I asked her to clarify what she meant, and she said that someone from the Architectural Review Committee had done a drive-by inspection of my property and determined that my door colour didn't match the approved colour swatch. She said I would need to repaint it in the exact shades specified in the guidelines. I pointed out that paint colours can look different depending on lighting, time of day, and even the type of paint finish used. I asked if someone could come out with the actual colour swatch to compare it to my door in person. Patricia said that wasn't necessary because the committee member was experienced in colour matching and their determination was final. This was getting ridiculous, but I decided to be proactive about it. I went to the hardware store and bought a sample of the Naval Academy blue paint that was listed in the HOA guidelines. When I got home, I compared it to my door, and it was virtually identical. Maybe there was a tiny difference if you looked really closely, but nothing that would be noticeable to someone just walking by. I took photos of my door next to the colour swatch and emailed them to Patricia at the colours. I explained to a peer match and asked if this would resolve the violation. She responded 2 days later, saying that photos weren't sufficient and that the committee stood by their original assessment. At this point, I was getting frustrated. I decided to attend the next HOA board meeting to address this issue in person. The meeting was held in the community clubhouse on a Thursday evening, and there were maybe a dozen residents in attendance. When it came time for homeowner comments, I stood up and explained the situation. I brought the paint swatch with me and passed it around to the board members so they could see how closely it matched the approved colour. I also showed photos of my door from different angles and lighting conditions. The Architectural Review Committee chair, an elderly man who introduced himself as Mr. Henderson, listened to my presentation with a sceptical expression. When I finished, he said that while the colours might look similar, there were subtle differences that made my door non-compliant. I asked him to point out these subtle differences, and he said that my door had too much grey undertone compared to the approved colour. He claimed that this created visual discord with the neighbourhood's colour palette. I looked around the room at the other board members, and most of them seemed as confused as I was. Another board member, a woman in her 50s, spoke up and said that she drove by my house regularly and had never noticed anything wrong with the door colour. She said it looked perfectly appropriate and attractive. Mr. Henderson dismissed her comment, saying that she wasn't trained in colour analysis like he was. The board president, a stern-looking woman named Margaret, said that while the issue might seem minor to some people, maintaining consistent architectural standards was important for property values. She said the committee's decision would stand and that I had 2 weeks remaining to repaint my door or face the fine. I left that meeting feeling like I was in some kind of bizarre alternate reality. I was being fined $250 because someone thought my navy blue door had too much grey undertone compared to another navy blue colour that looked virtually identical. I decided to do some research on HOA enforcement practices and discovered that architectural violations need to be based on clear, objective standards. Subjective judgments about subtle colour differences that aren't visible to the average person generally don't hold up if challenged. I hired a lawyer who specialised in HOA disputes. She reviewed my case and agreed that the violation notice was unreasonable. She sent a letter to the HOA explaining that the colour difference, if any, was so minor as to be imperceptible and didn't constitute a legitimate violation of the architectural guidelines. The HOA's response was to double down on their position. They sent me a formal notice of fine, claiming that I had failed to correct the violation within the specified time frame. They also threatened to place a lien on my property if the fine wasn't paid within 30 days. My lawyer advised me to get an independent colour analysis done by a professional paint specialist. We hired someone from a high-end painting company who came out with professional colour matching equipment. His report concluded that my door colour was within normal variation tolerances of the approved colour and would be considered a match by industry standards. We submitted this report to the HOA along with a formal challenge to the fine. The report included technical data about colour variation, lighting effects, and industry standards for colour matching. It was much more thorough and professional than whatever subjective assessment the architectural committee had done. The HOA hired their own paint expert to do a counter-analysis. Surprisingly, their expert reached the same conclusion as ours, that the colours were essentially identical and any differences were within normal tolerances. I thought this would be the end of it, but I was wrong. Mr. Henderson, the architectural committee chair, rejected both expert reports. He insisted that his trained eye was more reliable than scientific colour analysis and that the door was still in violation. At this point, it was clear that this had become personal for him, and no amount of evidence was going to change his mind. The situation finally resolved when the HOA board held a special meeting to review the case. The other board members had apparently gotten tired of Mr. Henderson's inflexibility and voted to overturn the violation. They acknowledged that both expert reports confirmed the colours were essentially identical and that pursuing the fine any further would be unreasonable. I never had to repaint my door, and the HOA eventually reimbursed me for the legal fees and expert analysis costs. Mr. Henderson was quietly removed from the Architectural Review Committee a few months later, though I'm not sure if it was related to my case or other issues. My door is still the same beautiful navy blue it's always been, and I get compliments on it regularly from neighbours and visitors. Sometimes I wonder if Mr. Henderson drives by and still sees whatever subtle grey undertones bothered him so much, but thankfully his opinion no longer matters. That story's over. Imagine having such a strong opinion about paint undertones that you're willing to ignore professional colour analysis and expert reports. The power trip was so intense that reality itself became negotiable. Let's continue with someone who discovered that leaf blowing can apparently become an act of war between neighbours. My neighbour blows his leaves into my yard every morning. I've been living in my current house for about 4 years now, and for the most part, I get along well with my neighbours. Everyone keeps their properties maintained, we wave when we see each other, and there's never been any major drama. That all changed when the house next door sold and the new owner moved in last fall. The new neighbour, Jacob, seemed nice enough when he first moved in. He introduced himself, mentioned he was retired, and said he was looking forward to taking care of his new yard. His property has several large oak trees that drop a substantial amount of leaves every autumn, and I figured he'd be dealing with the same seasonal cleanup that all of us do. What I didn't expect was his solution to the leaf problem. Every morning, at exactly 7:30, Jacob comes out with his leaf blower and spends about an hour clearing every single leaf from his yard. That would be perfectly normal behaviour, except for one major issue. Instead of blowing the leaves into bags or onto the street for pickup, he systematically blows them all directly into my yard. The first time it happened, I thought it was an accident. Maybe he didn't realise the wind was carrying the leaves over the property line, or maybe he was just trying to get them away from his house without thinking about where they were landing. I didn't say anything because I figured he'd notice and adjust his technique, but it kept happening, every morning, like clockwork. I'd wake up to the sound of his leaf blower, and by the time he was finished, my yard would be covered with leaves that had been pristine the day before. Meanwhile, his yard looks absolutely perfect, like something out of a magazine. After about 2 weeks of this, I decided to have a friendly conversation with him about it. I waited until he was finishing up his leaf-blowing routine one Saturday morning, then walked over to chat. I mentioned that I'd noticed some leaves blowing into my yard and asked if he could try directing them toward the street instead. Jacob looked at me like I was being completely unreasonable. He said that wind was wind, and he couldn't control where the leaves went once they were airborne. When I pointed out that he was deliberately aiming the leaf blower toward my property, he said that was just the most efficient direction for him to work. I suggested that maybe he could rake the leaves near our shared fence line, using instead of the blower, or at least try to blow them in a different direction. That's when Jacob said something that made my jaw drop. He told me that I had more grass anyway, so a few extra leaves shouldn't be a big deal for me. I was stunned. He was literally admitting that he was intentionally blowing his leaves into my yard because he thought my property could handle it better than his. When I pointed out that his leaves were now my problem to clean up, he shrugged and said that's what being neighbours was all about, helping each other out. I tried to explain that this wasn't helping each other out. This was him creating work for me, so he wouldn't have to deal with his own yard waste. Jacob got defensive and said that I was making a big deal out of nothing, that a few leaves never hurt anyone. The conversation ended with him walking back to his house, and I was left standing there with a yard full of his leaves. I spent the next 2 hours raking and bagging leaves that weren't even from my trees. It was incredibly frustrating, but I hoped that our conversation had at least made him aware of the problem. I was wrong. The next Monday morning, Jacob was back out there with his leaf blower, and once again, every single leaf ended up in my yard. If anything, he seemed to be more deliberate about it. He'd blow leaves from the middle of his yard all the way across to my property line, making sure nothing stayed on his side of the fence. I decided to try a different approach. I waited until he was almost finished, then went outside and started raking the leaves back onto his property. I figured if I did this consistently, he'd eventually get tired of the back and forth and find a different solution. Jacob was not happy about this. He came storming over and demanded to know what I was doing. I explained that I was returning his leaves to his property where they belonged. He said that once the leaves were blown around by the wind, they weren't his responsibility anymore. This turned into a heated argument right there in our front yards. Jacob insisted that I was being petty and unreasonable, that leaves were a natural part of having trees, and that I should just deal with it like everyone else. I pointed out that everyone else deals with their own leaves, not their neighbours' leaves. The argument escalated when Jacob accused me of being a bad neighbour who wasn't willing to help out with simple yard maintenance. He said that in his old neighbourhood, people looked out for each other and didn't complain about minor inconveniences. I told him that deliberately blowing yard waste onto someone else's property wasn't a minor inconvenience. It was inconsiderate and probably illegal. Jacob laughed and said that no one was going to arrest him for leaf blowing, and that I should find better things to worry about. That's when I decided to call the city's code enforcement office to ask about leaf disposal regulations. It turns out that blowing yard waste onto neighbouring properties is indeed a violation of city ordinances. Property owners are required to dispose of their own yard waste, either through bagging for pickup or composting on their own property. The code enforcement officer who took my call said they'd received similar complaints before and that they could send someone out to observe the situation and issue a citation if necessary. I scheduled an appointment for the following Monday morning, right when Jacob usually does his leaf blowing routine. The code enforcement officer arrived at 7:15 and parked across the street where he could observe both properties. Right on schedule, Jacob came out with his leaf blower and began his usual routine. For the next hour, the officer watched as Jacob systematically blew every leaf from his yard directly onto mine. When Jacob finished and went back inside, the code enforcement officer came over to talk to me. He said that what he'd observed was clearly a violation of city ordinances and that he'd be issuing Jacob a citation. He also mentioned that if the behaviour continued, the fines would increase with each subsequent violation. About an hour later, I heard Jacob yelling in his backyard. Apparently, the citation had been delivered, and he was not happy about it. He came storming over to my house and accused me of calling the city on him like some kind of snitch. I told him that I'd tried to resolve the issue directly with him multiple times, and he'd refused to cooperate. I said that getting the city involved was the only way to get him to follow the law and stop dumping his yard waste on my property. Jacob was furious. He said that I'd escalated things unnecessarily, and that this was going to make our neighbourly relationship very difficult going forward. I pointed out that we didn't have a neighbourly relationship when he was using my yard as his personal dump site. The citation apparently got his attention because Jacob stopped blowing leaves into my yard. Instead, he now rakes them to the street for city pickup, which is what he should have been doing all along. But he's made it clear that he considers me the villain we to me when in this situation. He no longer speaks see each other outside. If I wave, he pointedly looks the other way. He's also been complaining to other neighbours about me, telling them that I called the city over a few harmless leaves and that I'm the kind of person who can't be reasoned with. Most of our neighbours have been supportive when they hear the full story. Several of them have mentioned that they've dealt with similar issues with yard waste, and Jacob was that clearly in the wrong. But a few people to think I overseem reacted by getting the city involved instead of just living with the situation. The whole thing has made me realise how quickly a minor neighbour dispute can escalate into a major feud. All Jacob had to do was blow his leaves in a different direction or rake them to the street like everyone else. Instead, he chose to make it my problem and got angry when I refused to accept that. That story is over. The mental gymnastics required to justify dumping your yard work on someone else's property every single day is truly impressive. "You have more grass anyway" might be the most entitled neighbour logic I've ever heard. Speaking of neighbours who seem to think property lines are just suggestions, this next story comes from someone who discovered that HOA presidents sometimes take their authority a little too far. The HOA president built a shed on my property. I bought my house about 3 years ago in a nice subdivision with an active homeowners association. The HOA president, Hannah, lives 2 houses down from me and seemed friendly enough when I first moved in. She welcomed me to the neighbourhood, explained some of the community guidelines, and offered to help if I had any questions about getting settled. Hannah has been the HOA president for about 6 years, and she clearly takes the role very seriously. She's constantly walking around the neighbourhood checking on properties, making sure everyone's following the rules, and organising community events. Most residents seem to respect her dedication, even if they sometimes find her a bit intense about enforcement. My property has a large backyard that borders on a small wooded area at the back of the subdivision. There's a clear property line marked by metal stakes that were installed during the original survey when the houses were built. I've always been careful to keep my landscaping and any improvements well within my boundaries. About 6 months ago, I noticed that Hannah had been doing some work in her backyard. She was having contractors come in to level some ground and pour a concrete pad. When I asked her about it over the fence one day, she said she was finally building the storage shed she'd been planning for years. The work progressed over several weeks. First the concrete pad, then the foundation, then the framing and walls. It was a substantial shed, probably 12 by 16 feet, with proper electrical hookups and everything. Hannah was clearly investing significant money into making it a high-quality structure. What I didn't pay attention to at first was exactly where the shed was being built. Hannah's yard slopes down toward the back, and I assumed she was building the shed on the flattest part of her property. It wasn't until the walls were up that I realised something looked wrong. From my kitchen window, the shed appeared to be sitting partially on my property. The back corner seemed to extend past where I thought the property line should be. I decided to go outside and check the metal survey stakes to see exactly where the boundaries were. What I found made my stomach drop. The shed was definitely built partially on my land. About 3 feet of the structure, including the entire back wall and part of one side wall, was clearly on my side of the property line. The concrete pad extended even further onto my property. I was in a difficult position. Hannah was the HOA president, someone I had to maintain a good relationship with, and the shed was already substantially completed. But this was and I couldn't just let someone build a permanent structure on land that belonged to me. I decided to approach Hannah diplomatically. I waited until she was working in her yard one evening and walked over to talk to her. I mentioned that I'd been looking at the property lines and was concerned that her new shed might be extending onto my land. Hannah's reaction was immediate and defensive. She told me that she'd been living in the neighbourhood for 15 years and knew exactly where her property boundaries were. She said she'd been careful to build the shed well within her property lines and that I must be mistaken about where the boundary actually was. I suggested that we could have a surveyor come out to verify the exact property lines, just to be sure. Hannah said that was completely unnecessary and expensive, and that she was confident the shed was positioned correctly. She seemed annoyed that I was even questioning her about it. Over the next few days, I did some research on property surveys and boundary disputes. I learned that property owners have the right to verify their boundaries, and that structures built on someone else's land without permission can be legally problematic. I decided to hire a surveyor to come out and mark the exact property lines. The surveyor I hired was licensed and experienced, and he used GPS equipment and the original subdivision plat to locate the precise boundaries. The survey cost me $400, but I needed to know for certain where my property ended and Hannah's began. The results were exactly what I'd feared. The survey showed that Hannah's shed extended approximately 3 feet onto my property. The surveyor marked the actual property line with bright orange flags, making it impossible to deny where the boundary was located. Armed with the official survey, I went back to Hannah to discuss the situation. I showed her the surveyor's report and the newly marked property line. I expected her to be surprised and apologetic, ready to work out a solution to fix the mistake. Instead, Hannah became angry and accusatory. She said that my surveyor must have made an error, that the property line couldn't possibly be where he'd marked it. She claimed that she'd built the shed based on the original survey stakes, and that those stakes must have been moved or damaged over the years. I pointed out that the surveyor had used the original subdivision plat and GPS coordinates, not just the physical stakes. The survey was as accurate as possible with current technology. Hannah dismissed this, wasn't saying that GPS is reliable and that she'd been living there long enough to know where her property was. The conversation got heated when Hannah accused me of hiring a surveyor just to cause trouble for her. She said I was being petty and vindictive, that I should be happy to have such a nice structure partially on my property because it would increase my property values. I explained that I couldn't legally have someone else's building on my land, that it could cause problems with insurance, taxes, and future property sales. Hannah said those were minor technicalities and that we could work something out informally. When I insisted that the shed needed to be moved, or at least the portion on my property needed to be removed, Hannah got even more defensive. She said that moving the shed would cost thousands of dollars and that I was being unreasonable to expect her to tear down a perfectly good building over a few feet of space. I suggested that if she didn't want to move the shed, she could purchase the portion of my land that it was sitting on. Hannah said she wasn't interested in buying land that she believed was already hers, and that I should just accept the situation as it was. The dispute dragged on for weeks. Hannah continued to insist that the survey was wrong and that the shed was on her property. She even hired her own surveyor to do a second opinion, but that survey confirmed the same property line as mine. Faced with 2 independent surveys showing finally Hannah the same results instead that her to acknowledge she was partially on my land. But of apologising or offering to fix the situation, she became even more entrenched in her position. Hannah claimed that she'd gained rights to the disputed land through adverse possession, since she'd been maintaining that area of the yard for years. She said that mowing grass and trimming bushes gave her legal claim to the property, even if the original survey showed it belonged to me. I consulted with a real estate attorney who explained that adverse possession claims are very difficult to prove and require specific conditions that hadn't been met in this case. The attorney advised me to send Hannah a formal demand letter requiring her to remove the portion of the shed from my property within 30 days. The demand letter got Hannah's attention, but not in the way I'd hoped. Instead of complying with the request, she used her position as HOA president to retaliate against me. I started receiving violation notices for minor issues that had never been problems before. Hannah cited me for having my trash cans visible from the street, even though I'd always put them out the same way. She said my mailbox needed repainting, even though it looked fine to me. She claimed my lawn had bare spots that needed to be reseeded, even though my yard looked as good as anyone else's in the neighbourhood. The harassment campaign was clearly designed to pressure me into dropping my demand about the shed. Hannah was essentially using her HOA authority to punish me for asserting my property rights. Several neighbours mentioned that they'd never seen enforcement this aggressive before. I filed a complaint with the HOA board about Hannah's retaliatory behaviour. The board consists of 5 members, including Hannah, and they were clearly uncomfortable with the situation. They didn't want to side against their president, but they also couldn't ignore the obvious conflict of interest. After several board meetings and heated discussions, the other board members finally convinced Hannah that she needed to resolve the property dispute. They made it clear that her position as president didn't give her the right to build on other people's land or use HOA enforcement as retaliation. Hannah eventually agreed to hire a contractor to move the portion of the shed that was on my property. The work cost her over $3,000, and took 2 weeks to complete. The shed is now entirely on her property, though it's smaller than it was originally. Hannah resigned as HOA president shortly after the shed was moved. She claimed it was because she wanted to focus on other priorities, but everyone knew it was because of the controversy over the property dispute. The new president is much more reasonable and professional in how they handle enforcement issues. Hannah and I no longer speak to each other, which is probably for the best. She clearly still believes that I was wrong to insist on my property rights, and I think she was completely out of line for building on my land and then refusing to fix the situation when confronted with proof. That story is over. Building a shed on someone else's property and then claiming adverse possession, when court takes some, you get serious nerve. Using your HOA president powers for revenge just makes it even more outrageous. Now let's hear from someone who learned that even outdoor lighting can become a source of neighborhood warfare. My neighbor installed a motion light that points directly into my bedroom. I've been living in my current house for about 5 years, and until recently, I've had a great relationship with my next door neighbor. Tyler seemed like a decent guy when he moved in 2 years ago. We'd chat over the fence occasionally, borrow tools from each other, and generally got along well. That all changed about 3 months ago, when Tyler decided to upgrade his home security system. He mentioned that there had been some break-ins in nearby neighborhoods, and that he wanted to make sure his property was well protected. I thought that was smart and told him I'd been considering similar improvements myself. Tyler started by installing security cameras around his house, which seemed reasonable. Then he added motion-activated lights to illuminate his driveway and front entrance. Again, perfectly normal security measures that any homeowner might take. The problem started when Tyler decided to install a motion light on the side of his house that faces my property. The light is positioned about 8 feet off the ground and is aimed directly at the area between our houses. When it activates, it's incredibly bright, probably equivalent to a small stadium light. The first night the light was installed, I woke up around 2 in the morning to what felt like the sun shining directly through my bedroom window. My room was completely illuminated, bright enough to read a book. I got up to see what was happening and saw Tyler's new motion light blazing away, triggered by what was probably a cat or raccoon walking through the yard. The light stayed on for about 5 minutes, then shut off automatically. I figured it was just a one-time thing. Maybe the sensitivity was set too high, and Tyler would adjust it once he realized how bright it was. I went back to bed and didn't think much more about it, but it kept happening. Every night, multiple times per night, that light would activate and turn, felt like a tea bedroom, into what my Anning salon. Sometimes it would go, usually off, 3 or 4 times in one night, triggered by small animals, wind-moving branches, or even cars driving by on the street. After a week of interrupted sleep, I decided to talk to Tyler about the light. I walked over one Saturday morning and explained that the motion light was shining directly into my bedroom window and waking me up several times each night. I asked if he could adjust the angle or reduce the sensitivity so it wouldn't be such a problem. Tyler seemed genuinely surprised that the light was bothering me. He said he hadn't realized it was visible from my bedroom and that he'd definitely look into adjusting it. He apologized for the inconvenience and promised to take care of the issue. I was relieved that he was so understanding about it. Tyler seemed like the kind of neighbor who would fix the problem quickly once he knew it was causing issues. I expected the light situation to be resolved within a day or 2, but nothing changed. The light continued to shine directly into my bedroom every night, waking me up at random hours. After another week, I went back to Tyler to follow up on our conversation. I reminded him about the light and asked if he'd had a chance to adjust it yet. This time, Tyler's response was different. He said he'd looked into it, but the light was positioned exactly where it needed to be for optimal security coverage. He claimed that adjusting the angle would create blind spots that could be exploited by potential intruders. I suggested that maybe he could install a shade or shield to direct the light downward instead of outward toward my property. Tyler said that would reduce the effectiveness of the light and defeat the purpose of having it for security. When I pointed out that the light was making it impossible for me to sleep in my own bedroom, Tyler seemed to get defensive. He said that home security was more important than convenience, and that I should consider installing blackout curtains if the light was bothering me. I was stunned by his response. Tyler was essentially telling me that I needed to modify my own house to accommodate his poorly positioned security light. When I said that seemed unreasonable, he said that was just part of living in close proximity to neighbours. The conversation ended with Tyler making it clear that he wasn't going to change anything about the light. He said it was positioned on his property and aimed at his property, so what I saw from my bedroom window wasn't really his concern. I left that conversation feeling frustrated and betrayed. The Tyler I thought I knew wouldn't have been so dismissive of a reasonable request from a neighbour, but apparently, when it came to his security priorities, my sleep didn't matter at all. Over the next few weeks, the light situation got even worse. Tyler seemed to have increased the sensitivity, so now it was triggered by even smaller movements. A leaf blowing across the yard would set it off. A bird landing on the fence would activate it. Sometimes, it seemed to go off for no reason at all. I started keeping a log of every time the light woke me up, noting the time and duration. On the worst nights, it would activate 6 or 7 times. I was getting maybe 4 hours of uninterrupted sleep per night, and it was starting to affect my work performance and overall health. I decided to research the legal aspects of light pollution and nuisance laws. It turns out that in my city, there are ordinances about light spillover onto neighbouring properties. Lights are supposed to be shielded or directed so they don't create unreasonable interference with neighbours' use of their property. I called the city's code enforcement office and explained the situation. The officer I spoke with said they'd had similar complaints before and that they could send someone out to assess whether the light violated any municipal codes. The code enforcement officer came out on a Tuesday evening and observed the light from my bedroom window. When it activated, he agreed that it was unreasonably bright and poorly positioned. He said the light clearly violated the city's ordinance about light spillover and that Tyler would be required to modify or relocate it. Tyler received a citation requiring him to bring the light into compliance within 10 days. I thought this would finally resolve the issue, that Tyler would have no choice but to adjust the light or install proper shielding. Instead, Tyler became openly hostile toward me. He came over to my house and accused me of being a vindictive neighbour who couldn't handle a simple inconvenience. He said that neighbourly relationship we'd had calling the city was a betrayal of Thed. I reminded Tyler that I'd tried to resolve the issue directly with him multiple times, and he'd refused to make any adjustments. I said that getting the city involved was the only way to get him to follow the law and stop interfering with my ability to use my own property. Tyler said that I was being dramatic and that any reasonable person would just install blackout curtains instead of involving city officials. When I pointed out that I shouldn't have to modify my house to accommodate his improperly positioned light, he said that was just my opinion. The deadline for compliance came and went without Tyler making any changes to the light. The city issued him a fine and gave him another 10 days to fix the problem or face escalating penalties. Finally, after receiving his second citation and a larger fine, Tyler hired an electrician to install a shield on the light that directs the beam downward. The light still activates when there's motion in his yard, but it no longer shines directly into my bedroom window. Tyler hasn't spoken to me since the city got involved. He clearly considers me the villain in this situation, even though all I wanted was to be able to sleep in my own bedroom without being blinded by his security light several times each night. The whole experience has made me realise how quickly a neighbourly relationship can deteriorate when one person refuses to consider how their actions affect others. Tyler could have easily fixed the problem when I first brought it to his attention, but instead he chose to prioritise his security preferences over basic courtesy. That story is over. Installing a motion light that basically turns your neighbour's bedroom into a lighthouse and then refusing to adjust it is peak inconsiderate behaviour. The suggestion that blackout curtains were the solution instead of proper light positioning is just insulting. Let's move on to someone who discovered that even holiday decorations can become a battleground with the wrong HOA board. The HOA tried to ban my Christmas lights. I moved into Willowbrook Estates 2 years ago, and one of the things I loved about the neighbourhood during the holidays was how beautiful all the houses looked with their Christmas decorations. The previous December, I'd driven through the area house hunting and was charmed by the tasteful holiday displays that lined every street. When December rolled around, after my first year living there, I was excited to participate in the neighbourhood's holiday tradition. I'm not someone who goes completely overboard with decorations, but I do enjoy putting up a nice display. I bought some quality LED lights to outline my roofline, added a few lighted wreaths to my windows, and put up a modest tree in my front yard with white lights. I spent a weekend carefully installing everything, making sure the lights were evenly spaced and professionally mounted. The display was elegant and tasteful, nothing flashy or overwhelming. I used warm white lights throughout for a cohesive look, and I was really pleased with how it turned out. My neighbours seemed to appreciate it too. Several people stopped by during their evening walks to compliment the decorations, and I noticed that my house fit in perfectly with the overall aesthetic of the neighbourhood during the holidays. 3 weeks after putting up my lights, I received a letter from the HOA. The letter informed me that my holiday decorations were in violation of community standards and needed to be removed immediately, or I would face a fine of $300. I was completely confused by this notice. I looked around the neighbourhood and saw that plenty of other houses had similar or even more elaborate holiday displays. My decorations were tasteful and modest compared to some of the displays I could see from my front door. I called the HOA office to ask for clarification. The woman who answered, Laura, explained that there had been complaints about excessive holiday decorations creating visual clutter in the community. She said the board had decided to enforce stricter standards this year. I asked her to specify which guidelines I was violating, and she said that my lights were too numerous and created an overly commercial appearance. When I pointed out that my display was similar to many other houses in the neighbourhood, she said that other violations were being addressed separately. I requested a copy of the specific guidelines about holiday decorations, and Laura said she'd email them to me. What I received was a single paragraph buried in a section about general property maintenance. It stated that decorations should be modest and in keeping with the refined character of the community. The language was so vague that it could be interpreted to mean almost anything. There were no specific limits on the number of lights, no restrictions on colours or styles, nothing that would help a homeowner understand what was actually allowed. I decided to attend the next board meeting to discuss the issue. The meeting was held in the community centre on a cold Thursday evening in January. About 20 residents were in attendance, and I noticed that several of them had also received violation notices about their holiday decorations. When it came time for homeowner comments, I stood up and explained that I was confused about the violation notice because my decorations seemed consistent with the community's holiday tradition. I brought photos showing my display alongside similar decorations on other houses in the neighbourhood. The board president, a stern woman named Patricia, listened to my presentation with obvious impatience. When I finished, she said that the board had received numerous complaints about holiday decorations getting out of hand, and that they were implementing new standards to maintain the community's upscale image. I asked how many complaints they'd received and about which specific properties. Patricia said that information was confidential, but that the complaints were serious enough to warrant immediate action. Another homeowner spoke up and said that she'd lived in the neighbourhood for 8 years and had never heard anyone complain about holiday decorations before. She said the lights and displays were one of the things that made the community special during the holidays. Patricia dismissed this comment, saying that just because something had been tolerated in the past didn't make it appropriate going forward. She said the board had a responsibility to maintain property values and community standards, even if some residents didn't understand the importance of these efforts. A man in his 70s raised his hand and asked why his modest wreath and single strand of lights had been cited as excessive. Patricia said that the board was applying the standards consistently across all properties, and that no exceptions could be made. The meeting devolved into a heated discussion between residents who felt the enforcement was unreasonable and board members who insisted they were protecting the community's interests. Several people mentioned that they'd specifically chosen this neighbourhood because of its beautiful holiday displays. Patricia ended the discussion by saying that all violation notices would stand, and that decorations needed to be removed within the specified timeframe or fines would be imposed. She said residents who disagreed with the policy could submit formal appeals in writing. I left that meeting feeling like I was living in some kind of authoritarian nightmare. The idea that a few people on a board could arbitrarily decide that Christmas lights constituted visual clutter was absurd to me. I decided to do some research on HOD to A enforcement practices and holiday decoration policies. I discovered that HOAs generally need to have specific, clearly written guidelines in order to enforce restrictions. Vague language about maintaining community character usually isn't sufficient to support violation notices. I also learned that many states have laws protecting homeowners' rights to display holiday decorations, especially religious displays, as long as they're temporary and don't pose safety hazards. I hired a lawyer who specialised in HOA disputes to review my case. She agreed that the violation notice was problematic because the guidelines were too vague and the enforcement seemed arbitrary. She sent a letter to the HOA challenging the violation and requesting specific information about the complaints that had triggered the new enforcement. The HOA's response was to hire their own lawyer and claim that my decorations violated the general aesthetic standards of the community. They provided no specifics about complaints and offered no evidence that my display was actually problematic. Meanwhile, I started documenting the holiday decorations throughout the neighbourhood. I took photos of dozens of houses with similar or more elaborate displays than mine. Many of these properties belonged to board members or their friends, and none of them had received violation notices. The selective enforcement was obvious. Houses with simple lights like mine were being cited, while properties with much more elaborate displays were left alone. The only common factor seemed to be whether the homeowner was in the board's good graces. My lawyer filed a formal complaint with the state agency that oversees HOA operations. The complaint detailed the arbitrary enforcement, the vague guidelines, and the apparent bias in how violations were being issued. The investigation took several months, but the results were favourable. The state agency determined that the HOA had violated proper enforcement procedures and had failed to apply their guidelines consistently. They ordered the HOA to revoke all holiday decoration violations and to revise their policies to provide clear, specific standards. The agency also required the board to attend training on proper HOA governance and fair enforcement practices. Patricia resigned as president shortly after the state investigation concluded, claiming she wanted to focus on other priorities. This past December was much more pleasant. I put up the same modest holiday display as before, and this time nobody complained. The new board president sent out a newsletter encouraging residents to participate in holiday decorating and emphasising that tasteful displays were welcome and appreciated. Several neighbours thanked me for fighting the arbitrary enforcement. They said they'd been afraid to speak up during the controversy, but were grateful that someone had been willing to challenge the board's overreach. That story is over. Trying to ban Christmas lights in the name of preventing visual clutter is like trying to ban sunshine for being too bright. The selective enforcement makes it even more ridiculous. Some HOA boards really think they're running their own little kingdoms. Our next story comes from someone who discovered that apparently there's such a thing as being too productive in the morning. My neighbour mows his lawn at 5 in the morning. I've been living in my current house for about 2 years, and generally, the neighbourhood is pretty quiet and peaceful. Most of us work normal schedules, so the area is busy in the evenings and calm during the day. That tranquility changed dramatically when Chris moved in next door about 6 months ago. Chris seems like a nice enough guy during normal interactions. He waves when we see each other, keeps his property neat, and hasn't caused any obvious problems. But Chris has one habit that's been driving me and several other neighbours absolutely insane. Every Saturday and Sunday morning, without fail, Chris starts mowing his lawn at exactly 5 o'clock in the morning. Not 5:30, not 5:15, but precisely at 5 a.m. I know this because I've been woken up by the sound of his lawn mower every weekend for the past 4 months. The first time it happened, I thought it must be some kind of emergency. Maybe his mower had broken during the week, and he needed to get his grass cut before some important event. I looked out my bedroom window and saw Chris methodically mowing his front yard in the pre-dawn darkness, using what appeared to be a headlamp for visibility. I went back to bed, figuring it was a one-time thing, but the next weekend it happened again. Same time, same methodical approach, same headlamp cutting through the darkness. By the third weekend, I realised this wasn't an emergency or unusual circumstance. This was Chris's regular routine. After a month of being woken up at 5 a.m. every weekend, I decided to have a conversation with Chris about it. I waited until I saw him working in his yard one evening and walked over to chat. I mentioned that I'd noticed he mowed his lawn very early in the mornings and asked if there was a particular reason for the timing. Chris looked at me like I'd asked him why he breathed oxygen. He said he liked to beat the sun and get his yard work done before it got too hot. When I pointed out that it was still quite cool at 8 or 9 in the morning, he said that by then he wanted to be moving on to other projects. I asked if he might consider starting a little later, maybe around 7 or 8, so the noise wouldn't wake up the neighbours. Chris seemed genuinely surprised that anyone would have a problem with lawn mowing at 5 a.m. He said he was just being productive and making good use of daylight hours. I explained that most people were still sleeping at 5 in the morning, especially on weekends, and that the sound of a lawn mower was pretty disruptive. Chris said he hadn't thought about it from that perspective, but that he really preferred his early morning schedule. The conversation was friendly, but didn't result in any changes. The next weekend, Chris was back out there at 5 a.m. with his mower and headlamp, methodically cutting grass while the rest of the neighbourhood slept. I started asking other neighbours if the early morning mowing bothered them. It turned out that everyone on our block had been woken up by it, but nobody had wanted to be the first person to complain. Several people mentioned that they'd started dreading weekends because they knew they'd be woken up before dawn. One neighbour told me that she'd tried using earplugs and white noise machines, but Chris's mower was loud enough to cut through any attempts to block out the sound. Another neighbour said he'd considered calling the police, but wasn't sure if early morning mowing was actually illegal. I decided to research noise ordinances in our city. It turns out that there are specific quiet hours when loud activities like lawn mowing are prohibited. In our area, the quiet hours are from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. on weekdays and until 8 a.m. on weekends. Chris's 5 a.m. mowing was clearly in violation of these ordinances. Armed with this information, I went back to Chris to have another conversation. I explained about the noise ordinances and asked if he'd be willing to wait until after 8 a.m. to start his lawn care routine. This time, Chris was less receptive to the conversation. He said that noise ordinances were meant for things like loud music and construction, not normal yard maintenance. When I pointed out that the law didn't distinguish between types of noise, he said that was a technicality and that any reasonable person would understand the difference. Chris also said that he'd been mowing his lawn early for years at his previous house and had never had complaints. He seemed to think that his long history of early morning mowing gave him some kind of precedent or right to continue the practice. When I mentioned that multiple neighbours had been affected by the noise, Chris said that people needed to be less sensitive and that a little noise was just part of living in a neighborhood. He suggested that anyone who didn't like the sound of lawn mowing should consider moving to a more rural area. The conversation ended with Chris making it clear that he wasn't going to change his schedule to accommodate what he saw as unreasonable complaints from neighbours who should just accept normal yard maintenance activities. The next weekend, Chris was back out there at 5 a.m. If anything, he seemed to be taking longer with his mowing routine, spending extra time on areas that were already perfectly cut. I started to suspect that he was deliberately being more thorough as a way of asserting his right to mow whenever he wanted. I called the non-emergency police line to report the noise violation. The officer who took my call said they'd send someone out to observe the situation and issue a citation if appropriate. He mentioned that early morning mowing complaints were fairly common and that most people were willing to adjust their schedules once they understood the noise ordinances. The following Saturday morning, I was awakened at 5 a.m. by the familiar sound of Chris's lawnmower. About 20 minutes later, I saw a police car pull up in front of his house. The officer spoke with Chris for several minutes, apparently explaining the noise ordinance and issuing a citation. I watched from my window as Chris gestured animatedly, clearly arguing with the officer about the reasonableness of the citation. The conversation lasted about 10 minutes before the officer returned to his car and drove away. Chris stood in his yard, looking frustrated, then packed up his mower and went inside. I thought that would be the end of the early morning mowing, but I was wrong. The next weekend, Chris was back out there at 5 a.m. He'd apparently decided to pay the fine rather than change his schedule. The police issued him another citation the following week, and another one the week after that. Chris seemed determined to continue his early morning routine regardless of the cost or the impact on his neighbours. After about 2 months of weekly citations, Chris finally modified his schedule, but instead of waiting until 8 a.m. like the noise ordinance required, he started mowing at 7 a.m. He was still violating the weekend quiet hours, but apparently he thought this compromise would be acceptable. The police continued issuing citations for the 7 a.m. mowing. The fines were apparently adding up because Chris eventually hired a lawyer to challenge the noise ordinance. He claimed that the law was unreasonable and that productive citizens shouldn't be penalised for early morning yard maintenance. The legal challenge was unsuccessful. The judge upheld the noise ordinance and noted that Chris had multiple opportunities to comply with the law before resorting to expensive legal action. The judge also mentioned that being a good neighbour sometimes requires adjusting personal preferences to accommodate community standards. Chris finally started mowing his lawn at 8 a.m. on weekends, though he makes a point of starting at exactly 8 o'clock, not a minute later. He seems to view this as a significant sacrifice on his part, even though 8 a.m. is still quite early for weekend yard work. Chris and I no longer have friendly conversations over the fence. He clearly considers me the person responsible for forcing him to change his preferred schedule, even though multiple neighbours complained, and the police action was based on city ordinances, not personal grievances. That story is over. I like to beat the sun might be the most ridiculous justification for waking up an entire neighbourhood at 5 in the morning. The fact that he hired a lawyer rather than just sleep in until 8 shows some serious commitment to being inconsiderate. Moving along to someone who learned that even the simple act of taking out trash can become grounds for HOA harassment. The HOA fined me for leaving my trash cans out too long. I've been living in Meadowbrook Commons for about 3 years now, and generally the HOA has been reasonable to deal with. They maintain the common areas well, organise a few community events each year, and don't get too intrusive about minor property issues. That all changed when the board got a new president last year. The new president, Megan, seems determined to prove her authority by cracking down on what she calls community standard violations. Since taking office, she's been much more aggressive about enforcement than any previous board leadership. Our trash pickup happens every Tuesday morning around 6 a.m. I've always followed what I thought was the standard routine. Put the cans out Monday evening, bring them back in Tuesday evening when I get home from work. This has been my schedule for 3 years, and it's never been a problem before. Last month, I got home from work on a Tuesday around 6:30 in the evening and found a violation notice taped to my front door. The notice informed me that I was being fined $75 for failing to remove waste containers from curbside in a timely manner. I was confused by this notice because I was literally in the process of bringing my trash cans in when I found it. I looked at the timestamp on the violation, and it had been issued at 4:30 that afternoon. The trash had been collected in the morning, and I was bringing the empty cans back to my garage within 12 hours of pickup. I called the HOA office to ask about the violation. The woman who answered explained that the new policy required trash cans to be removed from the curb within 4 hours of collection. Since trash pickup in my area typically happens around 6 a.m, that meant cans needed to be back in storage by 10 a.m. This was the first I'd heard of any 4-hour rule. I asked when this policy had been implemented, and she said it had been announced in the monthly newsletter 2 months ago. I told her I hadn't received that newsletter, and she said it was my responsibility to stay informed about policy changes. I asked to see the written policy about trash can timing, and she said she'd email it to me. What I received was a brief paragraph in the middle of a lengthy newsletter that mentioned new guidelines for prompt removal of waste containers to maintain community aesthetics. The policy was buried among announcements about landscaping schedules and committee meetings. There was no special notice or emphasis to indicate that this was a significant change from previous practices. Anyone who didn't read every word of the newsletter would easily miss it. I decided to attend the next board meeting to discuss the violation. The meeting was held in the community clubhouse on a Thursday evening, and about 15 residents were in attendance. Several other people were there to address similar trash can violations they'd received. When it came time for homeowner comments, I explained that I'd been following the same trash routine for 3 years without any problems. I pointed out that the 4-hour removal requirement was unrealistic for anyone who worked during the day, since most people couldn't come home in the middle of their workday to collect empty trash cans. Megan listened to my comments with obvious impatience. When I finished, she said that the new policy was necessary because trash cans left at the curb created an unsightly appearance that reflected poorly on the community. She said that property values could be affected if the neighbourhood looked unkempt. I asked how empty trash cans sitting at the curb for a few hours could significantly impact property values, especially since they were only visible 1 day per week. Megan said that maintaining high standards required attention to all details, not just the obvious ones. Another resident spoke up and mentioned that she worked a job with a long commute and couldn't get home until after 6 p.m. She asked how she was supposed to comply with a 4-hour removal requirement when she was physically unable to be home during that time frame. Megan suggested that residents with work conflicts could arrange for neighbours to move their trash cans or hire a service to handle the task. She said that personal work schedules weren't the HOA's responsibility and that community standards had to take priority over individual convenience. A retired man in his 70s said that he'd been happy to help working neighbours with their trash cans in the past, but that he didn't think it should be a requirement for community compliance. He mentioned that the previous board had never considered trash can timing to be a significant issue. Megan responded that previous board policies weren't relevant to current standards. She said that as the community matured, higher expectations were appropriate. She also mentioned that several residents had complained about trash cans being left out too long, though she wouldn't specify who had complained or how many complaints had been received. The meeting ended with Megan making it clear that the 4-hour policy would remain in effect and that violations would continue to be issued. She said residents who couldn't comply with the timing requirements needed to find alternative solutions. I left that meeting feeling frustrated and targeted. The policy seemed designed to generate violation fees rather than address any legitimate community concern. I started paying attention to trash can timing throughout the neighbourhood and noticed that the enforcement was inconsistent. Some streets had trash cans sitting out all day without receiving violations, while others were cited within hours of the pickup. The pattern seemed to correlate with which residents had spoken up at board meetings or questioned other HOA policies. I decided to document the enforcement patterns by driving through the neighbourhood on trash days and photographing cans that were left out past the 4-hour deadline. Over several weeks, I collected evidence showing that the policy was being applied selectively. I also researched HOA enforcement practices and learned that policies need to be applied consistently to be legally valid. Selective enforcement based on personal relationships or retaliation for previous complaints can be challenged as discriminatory. Armed with this documentation, I filed a formal complaint with the HOA board about the inconsistent enforcement. I provided photos showing numerous violations that hadn't been cited, along with evidence that residents who questioned board policies seemed to receive more scrutiny. The board's response was to hire a management company to handle enforcement, claiming that they wanted to ensure more consistent application of community standards. The management company began issuing violations more broadly, which resulted in dozens of residents receiving trash can citations. The widespread enforcement created a backlash from the community. Residents who had previously supported stricter standards began complaining when they received their own violation notices. The 4-hour rule became a major issue in the annual board elections. Megan and 2 other board members who supported the aggressive enforcement policies were voted out of office. The new board's first action was to revise the trash can policy to allow removal by the end of the day on pickup day, which was much more reasonable for working residents. The new policy eliminated most of the timing conflicts, while still ensuring that trash cans weren't left at the curb indefinitely. Violation notices for trash can timing dropped to nearly zero, and the community meetings became much more civil without constant debates about enforcement. I never had to pay the original $75 fine. The new board voided all pending violations related to the 4-hour rule as part of their policy revision. Megan moved out of the neighbourhood about 6 months after losing her position as board president. That story is over. Getting a violation notice while you're literally bringing in your trash cans is the kind of pettiness that makes people hate HOAs. A 4-hour window for working people is just setting everyone up to fail so you can collect more fines. Next up is someone who discovered that their neighbour's idea of home security involves some very questionable camera placement. My neighbour put cameras aimed at my backyard. I've lived in my current house for about 4 years, and the relationship with my neighbours has generally been pretty good. We're not best friends, but we wave when we see each other and help out with small favours when needed. That dynamic changed completely when my neighbour decided to upgrade his home security system. The neighbour in question is named Ryan, and he lives in the house directly behind mine. Our backyards share a fence line, and we can see into each other's yards from our respective back decks. This has never been an issue because we both respect each other's privacy and don't make a habit of staring into each other's spaces. About 3 months ago, Ryan mentioned over the fence that he was planning to install security cameras around his property. He said there had been some break-ins in the area and he wanted to make sure his house was protected. I thought that was a smart idea and told him I'd been considering similar security measures myself. Ryan started by installing cameras on the front of his house, covering his driveway and entrance. This seemed completely reasonable and exactly what I'd expect from a standard home security setup. The cameras were positioned to monitor his own property and the street in front of his house. The problem started when Ryan installed cameras on the back of his house. Instead of positioning them to monitor his own backyard and the alley behind his property, he angled them to point directly at my backyard. From my deck, I could see the cameras clearly focused on my pool area and patio. At first, I thought this might be an oversight. Maybe Ryan hadn't realised how the cameras were positioned, or maybe he'd intended to adjust the angles after installation. I decided to give him a few days to make any necessary changes before bringing up the issue, but the cameras stayed pointed directly at my backyard. Every time I went outside to use my pool or grill dinner, I could see the cameras tracking my movement. It felt like being under surveillance in my own private space. After a week of this, I decided to talk to Ryan about the camera placement. I walked over to his house one evening and explained that his new security cameras seemed to be pointed at my backyard rather than his own property. I asked if he could adjust the angles to focus on his own yard. Ryan's response surprised me. He said that the cameras were positioned for optimal security coverage and that they were aimed at his property, not mine. When I pointed out that I could clearly see the cameras focused on my pool area, he said that was just an unavoidable overlap due to the layout of our properties. I suggested that he could install privacy shields or adjust the angles to eliminate the overlap, but Ryan said that would create blind spots in his security coverage. He claimed that he needed full visibility of the area behind his house, which apparently included my entire backyard. When I asked why he needed to monitor my property for his security, Ryan said that intruders often use neighbouring yards to access target properties. He claimed that watching my backyard was actually helping protect both of our houses. I pointed out that I hadn't consented to having my private outdoor space under video surveillance, and that his security needs didn't give him the right to monitor my property. Ryan said that the cameras were on his house and aimed from his property, so he had the right to point them in any direction he chose. The conversation ended with Ryan making it clear that he wasn't going to change the camera positioning. He said that if I had privacy concerns, I could install taller fencing or landscaping to block the camera views, but that his security system would remain as configured. I was frustrated by Ryan's dismissive attitude and his suggestion that I needed to modify my own property to accommodate his intrusive surveillance. I decided to research the legal aspects of neighbour surveillance and privacy rights. It turns out that in most jurisdictions, property owners can't legally aim security cameras at their neighbours' private outdoor spaces, even if the cameras are installed on their own property. Privacy laws generally protect people from unwanted surveillance in areas where they have a reasonable expectation of privacy, like their own backyards. I called the police non-emergency line to ask about the situation. The officer I spoke with said they'd had similar complaints before, and that aiming cameras at neighbouring properties could violate privacy laws. He said they could send someone out to assess the situation and determine if any laws were being broken. The police officer came out the next afternoon and observed the camera placement from my backyard. He confirmed that the cameras were clearly aimed at my private outdoor space rather than Ryan's property. The officer said this appeared to violate local privacy ordinances and that Ryan would need to redirect the cameras or install privacy shields. When the officer went to speak with Ryan, I could hear raised voices from their conversation. Ryan apparently argued that the cameras were necessary for his security and that he shouldn't have to compromise his family's safety because of privacy complaints. The officer explained that security systems needed to focus on the property owner's own land and that monitoring neighbouring properties without consent wasn't legal. He issued Ryan a citation and gave him 10 days to correct the camera angles or face additional penalties. I thought this would resolve the issue, but Ryan's response was to become openly hostile toward me. He came over to my house that evening and accused me of being paranoid and vindictive. He said that calling the police was an overreaction and that I'd damaged our neighbourly relationship over something trivial. I reminded Ryan that I'd tried to resolve the issue directly with him first, and he'd refused to make any adjustments. I said that involving the police was necessary because he wouldn't respect basic privacy boundaries. Ryan said that I was being dramatic about the cameras and that any reasonable person would understand they were for security purposes, not surveillance. When I pointed out that the distinction didn't matter if they were aimed at my private space, he said I was just looking for things to complain about. The 10-day deadline came and went without Ryan making any changes to the cameras. He received another citation and a larger fine, but the cameras remained pointed directly at my backyard. It became clear that Ryan was willing to pay the fines rather than adjust his surveillance system. I contacted a lawyer who specialised in privacy law to discuss my options. She explained that I could file a civil lawsuit for invasion of privacy if Ryan continued to monitor my property despite police citations and legal warnings. The threat of a lawsuit finally got Ryan's attention. His lawyer contacted my lawyer and arranged a meeting to discuss a resolution. Ryan agreed to install privacy shields on the cameras that would block the view of my backyard while still allowing him to monitor his own property. The installation of the privacy shields took another 2 weeks because Ryan insisted on having them custom made to maintain the aesthetic appeal of his security system. During this time, I documented every day that the cameras remained improperly aimed, building a record in case further legal action became necessary. When the shields were finally installed, they did block the camera's view of my backyard. However, Ryan made it clear that he considered this a significant compromise and that he blamed me for forcing him to spend money on modifications to his security system. Ryan and I haven't had a civil conversation since the camera dispute began. He clearly views me as the unreasonable neighbour who interfered with his right to protect his property. I see him as someone who thought his security concerns gave him the right to violate my privacy. The whole experience has made me much more aware of surveillance issues in residential areas. I've since installed my own security cameras, but I made sure they're carefully angled to monitor only my own property and the public street in front of my house. That story is over. Installing security cameras that only face your neighbour's pool is such an obvious violation of privacy that calling it security is insulting. The fact that he was willing to pay fines rather than just angle them toward his own yard shows this was never about protection. Our next story comes from someone who learned that apparently some HOA boards think conformity extends even to your mailbox. The HOA complained about my mailbox being too unique. When I moved into Cedar Ridge Estates last year, one of the things that attracted me to the neighbourhood was how well maintained and attractive all the properties looked. The houses had character, the landscaping was beautiful, and even small details like mailboxes showed that residents took pride in their homes. My house came with a basic black metal mailbox that was functional but pretty plain. After living there for about 6 months, I decided to replace it with something that had a bit more personality. I found a beautiful black mailbox with a small American flag decal on the side. It was still understated and tasteful, just with a little patriotic touch that I thought looked nice. The new mailbox matched the black shutters on my house perfectly and complemented the overall aesthetic of my property. Several neighbours complimented it when they saw it, saying it looked sharp and well chosen. I was pleased with how it turned out and thought it was a nice improvement to my home's curb appeal. About 3 weeks after installing the new mailbox, I received a letter from the HOA. The letter informed me that my mailbox was in violation of community standards and needed to be replaced with an approved design within 30 days, or I would face a fine of $150. I was genuinely confused by this notice. The mailbox was black, which matched most of the other mailboxes in the neighbourhood. It was a standard residential size and design, mounted on a traditional post. The only thing that made it different from the most basic mailboxes was the small flag decal. I called the HOA office to ask for clarification about which specific guidelines I was violating. The woman who answered, Natalie, explained that the Architectural Review Committee had determined that my mailbox was too unique for the community standards. I asked her to define what too unique meant, and she said that the flag decal made the mailbox stand out too much from the uniform appearance the community was trying to maintain. She said that while individual expression was appreciated, it needed to be within acceptable limits. I pointed out that there were mailboxes throughout the neighbourhood with different designs, colours, and decorative elements. Some had flower boxes attached, others had decorative posts, and several had house numbers in different fonts and styles. I asked why those were acceptable but my flag decal wasn't. Natalie said that those other mailboxes had been grandfathered in from before the current standards were implemented. She claimed that new installations needed to comply with stricter guidelines, even if existing mailboxes were allowed to remain. I requested a copy of the specific mailbox guidelines so I could understand what was and wasn't allowed. Natalie said she'd email them to me, but what I received was just a general statement about maintaining architectural harmony and avoiding excessive personalization. The guidelines were so vague that they could be interpreted to prohibit almost any deviation from the most basic mailbox design. There were no specific restrictions on decals, colours, or decorative elements, just subjective language about community standards. I decided to attend the next HOA board meeting to discuss the violation. The meeting was held in the community centre on a Tuesday evening, and about a dozen residents were in attendance. I brought photos of my mailbox alongside other mailboxes in the neighbourhood to demonstrate the inconsistent enforcement. When it came time for homeowner comments, I explained that I was confused about why my mailbox was considered too unique when there were many other distinctive mailboxes throughout the community. I showed the photos and pointed out that my flag decal was actually quite small and tasteful. The Architectural Review Committee chair, an elderly man named Harold, said that my mailbox created visual discord with the neighbourhood's aesthetic goals. He claimed that allowing decorative elements like flag decals would open the door to more elaborate personalizations that could harm property values. I asked Harold to explain how a small American flag decal could possibly harm property values, especially in a community where patriotism was generally appreciated. He said that the issue wasn't the specific decal, but the precedent it would set for other residents to add their own decorative elements. Another board member mentioned that they'd received a complaint about my mailbox from a resident who felt it was inappropriate. When I asked for details about the complaint, they said that information was confidential, but that resident concerns were taken seriously. I pointed out that several neighbours had actually complimented the mailbox, and that one complaint shouldn't override positive feedback from multiple residents. Harold said that maintaining community standards sometimes required making decisions that not everyone would initially understand. The board president, a stern woman named Margaret, ended the discussion by saying that the violation would stand and that I needed to replace the mailbox within the specified time frame. She said that while my intentions were good, the community needed consistent standards to maintain its upscale image. I left that meeting feeling like I was living in some kind of authoritarian subdivision, where even the tiniest expression of personality was considered threatening to community welfare. The idea that a small flag decal could destabilize property values seemed absurd. I decided to research HOA enforcement practices and learned that violations need to be based on clear, specific guidelines rather than subjective, aesthetic judgments. I also discovered that many courts have ruled against HOAs that try to enforce overly restrictive standards without proper justification. I hired a lawyer who specialised in HOA disputes to review my case. She agreed that the violation was problematic because the guidelines were too vague and the enforcement appeared to be arbitrary. She sent a letter to the HOA challenging the violation and requesting specific documentation of the standards I was allegedly violating. The HOA's response was to claim that my mailbox violated the General Architectural Harmony Clause in the community guidelines. They provided no specific standards and offered no evidence that a small flag decal actually harmed the neighbourhood's appearance. My lawyer pointed out that architectural harmony clauses need to be based on objective standards, not subjective opinions from board members. She also noted that selective enforcement of vague guidelines could constitute discriminatory behaviour under state HOA regulations. Meanwhile, I started documenting all the mailboxes in the neighbourhood more systematically. I photographed dozens of mailboxes with various decorative elements, different colours, unique posts, and personalised features. Many of these belonged to board members or their friends, and none had received violation notices. The evidence of selective enforcement was overwhelming. Mailboxes with elaborate flower boxes, decorative scrollwork, and custom paint jobs were allowed to remain, while my simple flag decal was considered too unique for community standards. My lawyer filed a formal complaint with the state agency that oversees HOA operations. The complaint detailed the vague guidelines, arbitrary enforcement, and apparent bias in how violations were being issued based on resident relationships with board members. The state investigation took several months, but the findings supported my case. The agency determined that the HOA had violated proper enforcement procedures and had failed to apply their standards consistently. They ordered the HOA to revoke my violation and to revise their policies to provide clear, objective standards. The agency also required the board to attend training on fair enforcement practices and proper governance procedures. Harold resigned from the Architectural Review Committee shortly after the state investigation concluded, claiming he wanted to focus on other volunteer activities. My mailbox is still there, with its small American flag decal, and nobody has complained about it since the state intervention. The new Architectural Review Committee has developed much more specific guidelines that focus on safety and reasonable aesthetic standards rather than subjective opinions about uniqueness. Several neighbours thanked me for fighting the arbitrary enforcement. They said they'd been afraid to make any improvements to their properties because they didn't know what might trigger a violation from the unpredictable board standards. That story is over. Calling a tiny American flag decal too unique for community standards is peak HOA micromanagement. The selective enforcement based on board relationships just makes the whole thing more ridiculous. Let's continue with someone who discovered that their neighbour has a very loose definition of what constitutes asking permission. My neighbour keeps letting his dog poop in my yard. I've been living in my current house for about 3 years, and generally, I get along well with most of my neighbours. We're not best friends, but we maintain friendly relationships and help each other out when needed. That harmony was disrupted when new neighbours moved in next door about 8 months ago. The new neighbour, a guy in his 30s named Marcus, seems decent enough in casual interactions. He's polite when we see each other, keeps his property reasonably maintained, and doesn't cause any obvious problems. Marcus has a large German shepherd named Bruno, who appears to be well-trained and generally well-behaved. The issue started about 2 months after Marcus moved in. I began noticing dog waste appearing in my front yard on a regular basis. At first, I assumed it was from dogs being walked by their owners who weren't being responsible about cleaning up. It's an annoying problem that happens sometimes in residential neighbourhoods. But the frequency and location of the waste made me start paying closer attention. The deposits were always in the same general area of my front yard, usually near the edge closest to Marcus's property. They appeared to be from a large dog, and the timing seemed to coincide with when I knew Marcus was walking Bruno. I decided to keep an eye out during Bruno's walk times to see what was actually happening. What I discovered was exactly what I'd suspected. Marcus would walk Bruno to the edge of his property, let the dog sniff around for a minute, then deliberately guide him onto my lawn to do his business. Marcus would stand there watching while Bruno relieved himself on my grass. Then they'd continue their walk without any attempt to clean up the mess. The first time I witnessed this, I was so shocked that I didn't react immediately. I couldn't believe someone would intentionally let their dog use their neighbour's yard as a toilet. I assumed this had to be an isolated incident. Maybe Bruno had an emergency and Marcus just hadn't thought to clean it up. But it happened again the next day, and the day after that. Marcus was systematically using my front yard as his dog's personal bathroom, leaving me to deal with the cleanup every few days when the smell became unbearable. I decided to approach Marcus directly about the situation. I waited until I saw him outside one evening and walked over to have a friendly conversation. I mentioned that I'd noticed Bruno had been doing his business in my yard and asked if Marcus could make sure to clean it up or redirect the dog to use his own property. Marcus looked genuinely surprised by my request. He said he hadn't realised Bruno was going on my lawn and promised to pay closer attention during their walks. He apologised for the inconvenience and said he'd make sure to bring clean-up bags in the future. I was relieved that he seemed understanding about the issue. Marcus appeared to be a reasonable person who just hadn't been paying attention to where his dog was going. I figured the problem would be resolved now that I'd brought it to his attention. But nothing changed. Bruno continued to poop in my yard every day, and Marcus continued to walk away without cleaning it up. After another week of this, I realized that Marcus's apology had been empty words with no intention of changing his behavior. I decided to try a more direct approach. The next time I saw Marcus walking Bruno toward my property, I went outside and politely reminded him about our previous conversation. I asked him to please keep Bruno on his own lawn or clean up after him if the dog used my yard. Marcus's response was completely different this time. He said that dogs had to go somewhere and that Bruno was just following his natural instincts. When I pointed out that my yard wasn't Bruno's natural territory, Marcus said that dogs didn't understand property lines, and I was expecting too much control over animal behavior. I suggested that Marcus could carry clean-up bags and remove any waste that Bruno left on my property. Marcus said he often forgot to bring bags and that it wasn't practical to carry them on every walk. He claimed that dog waste was natural fertilizer that was actually good for my lawn. The conversation ended with Marcus making it clear that he considered this a minor issue that I was blowing out of proportion. He said that living in a neighborhood meant accepting some inconvenience from pets, and that I should be more tolerant of normal dog behavior. I was frustrated by Marcus's dismissive attitude and his suggestion that I should just accept having dog waste deposited in my yard daily. I decided to research local ordinances about pet waste and property responsibility. It turns out that pet owners are legally required to clean up after their animals on all property, including neighbouring yards. Allowing your dog to defecate on someone else's property without cleaning it up can result in fines and citations for public nuisance violations. I printed out copies of the relevant city ordinances and left them in Marcus's mailbox with a polite note explaining that pet waste cleanup was actually a legal requirement, not just a courtesy. I hoped that seeing the official regulations would motivate him to take the issue more seriously. The next day, Bruno pooped in my yard again, and Marcus walked away without cleaning it up. The printed ordinances had apparently made no impression on him whatsoever. I called the city's animal control office to report the ongoing problem. The officer I spoke with said they'd had similar complaints before, and that they could issue citations for pet waste violations if they observed the behaviour directly. Animal control scheduled a time to come out and observe Marcus's walking routine. The officer arrived early in the morning and positioned himself across the street where he could see both our properties clearly. Right on schedule, Marcus came out with Bruno for their morning walk. The officer watched as Marcus guided Bruno directly to my yard, allowed the dog to defecate on my lawn, then continued walking without any attempt to clean up the mess. The animal control officer immediately approached Marcus and issued him a citation for failing to clean up pet waste. The fine was $125, and Marcus would face escalating penalties if the behaviour continued. Marcus was clearly angry about receiving the citation. He argued with the officer about the fairness of the fine and claimed that he hadn't realised Bruno was on my property. The officer explained that pet owners are responsible for monitoring their animals and cleaning up waste regardless of where it occurs. After the officer left, Marcus came over to my house to confront me about calling animal control. He accused me of being vindictive and said that getting him fined was an overreaction to a minor neighbourhood issue. I reminded Marcus that I'd tried to resolve the problem directly with him multiple times, and he'd refused to take any responsibility for his dog's behaviour. I said that involving animal control was necessary because he wouldn't follow basic pet ownership laws. Marcus said that I was being unreasonable and that any decent neighbour would just tolerate some dog waste rather than involving city officials. He claimed that I'd escalated things unnecessarily and damaged our neighbourly relationship. The citation got Marcus's attention, at least temporarily. For about 2 weeks he started carrying clean-up bags and would remove any waste that Bruno left in my yard. I thought the problem had finally been resolved and that we could move past the unpleasant dispute. But Marcus's compliance didn't last. After the 2-week period, he went back to his old routine of letting Bruno poop in my yard and walking away without cleaning it up. He apparently decided that paying occasional fines was preferable to consistently cleaning up after his dog. Animal Control issued him another citation the following week, and another one the week after that. Marcus seemed determined to continue the behaviour regardless of the financial penalties. The repeated citations finally convinced Marcus to modify his walking route. Instead of letting Bruno use my front yard as a bathroom, he started walking the dog to a different area of the neighbourhood. The daily waste deposits in my yard finally stopped. Marcus and I haven't had a civil conversation since the animal control citations began. He clearly considers me the unreasonable neighbour who caused him unnecessary legal trouble over something he viewed as trivial. I see him as someone who thought his convenience was more important than basic respect for his neighbour's property. The fact that he was willing to pay multiple fines rather than simply clean up after his own dog shows a level of entitlement that's hard to understand. That story is over. The mental gymnastics required to justify letting your dog use someone's yard as a toilet every single day is truly impressive. Dogs don't understand property lines is code for "I'm too lazy to carry a plastic bag." Speaking of neighbours who think rules don't apply to them, this next story comes from someone who discovered that HOA presidents sometimes create their own parking privileges. The HOA president parks in the handicap spot and she's not disabled. Our neighbourhood has a small community centre with about 20 parking spaces, including 2 designated handicap spots near the front entrance. The spots are clearly marked with the proper signs and painted symbols, and I've always assumed they were reserved for residents who actually needed accessible parking. That assumption changed when I started noticing that one of the handicap spots was consistently occupied by the same car, a shiny black SUV that belonged to our HOA president, Patricia. At first, I thought maybe Patricia had a disability that wasn't immediately obvious, so I didn't think much of it. But over several months of observing the parking situation, I noticed some things that didn't add up. Patricia would park in the handicap spot, then walk briskly into the community centre without any apparent mobility issues. She'd carry heavy boxes, climb stairs without difficulty, and move around with the energy and agility of someone who clearly didn't need accessible parking. The more I watched, the more convinced I became that Patricia was using the handicap spot simply because it was convenient and close to the entrance. She never displayed a handicap placard or license plate, and her physical capabilities seemed completely normal for someone her age. I decided to ask around discreetly to see if other residents had noticed the same thing. It turned out that several people had observed Patricia's parking habits, but nobody wanted to be the one to confront the HOA president about potentially abusing handicap parking. One neighbour mentioned that she'd seen Patricia sprint across the parking lot during a rainstorm, moving faster than most people half her age. Another resident said he'd watched Patricia load heavy landscaping supplies into her SUV without any assistance or apparent difficulty. The situation became more problematic when I realised that Patricia's regular use of the handicap spot was preventing residents who actually needed it from having access. We have several elderly residents and at least 2 people with documented mobility issues who should have priority for accessible parking. I witnessed one particularly frustrating incident where an elderly resident using a walker had to park at the far end of the lot because Patricia's SUV was occupying the handicap spot. The resident struggled to make the long walk to the community centre entrance, while Patricia sat inside conducting HOA business. I decided that someone needed to address this issue, even if it meant confronting the HOA president directly. I waited until after the next board meeting and approached Patricia as she was walking to her car in the handicap spot. I politely mentioned that I'd noticed she regularly parked in the handicap spot and asked if she had a disability placard or special permit. Patricia looked at me like I'd asked her something completely inappropriate. She said that as HOA president, she had to attend frequent meetings and handle community business at the centre, so she needed convenient parking. When I pointed out that the handicap spots were specifically reserved for people with disabilities, Patricia said that her HOA responsibilities qualified as a special need. I explained that handicap parking spaces were regulated by law and couldn't be used by people without proper permits, regardless of their community role. Patricia seemed annoyed by my explanation and said that she wasn't aware of any residents who actually needed the handicap parking. When I mentioned the elderly residents and people with mobility issues who lived in our community, Patricia dismissed my concerns. She said that if those residents really needed handicap parking, they would have complained to her directly about not being able to access it. Patricia then said something that made my jaw drop. She claimed that using the handicap spot was part of the job of being HOA president, and that the convenience was necessary for her to effectively serve the community. She acted like she was entitled to special parking privileges because of her volunteer position. I told Patricia that HOA president wasn't a job that came with legal parking exemptions, and that she needed to follow the same rules as everyone else in the community. She became defensive and said that I clearly didn't understand the demands of community leadership. The conversation ended with Patricia making it clear that she had no intention of changing her parking habits. She said that if I had issues with how she fulfilled her presidential duties, I could bring them up at the next board meeting. I decided to research the legal requirements for handicap parking enforcement. It turns out that property owners and management companies can be held liable for allowing unauthorized use of handicap spots, and fines can be substantial. I also learned that any resident can report handicap parking violations to local authorities, regardless of whether the violation occurs on private or public property. The penalties for unauthorized use can include hefty fines and even vehicle towing. Armed with this information, I filed a complaint with the city's Parking Enforcement Division. I provided documentation of Patricia's regular use of the handicap spot, including photos showing her SUV parked there without any visible disability permits. The parking enforcement officer came out to observe the situation during the next HOA board meeting. Sure enough, Patricia's SUV was parked in the handicap spot without any proper permits or placards displayed. When Patricia came out of the meeting, the officer was waiting by her car with a citation. The fine was $250, and Patricia was warned that future violations would result in her vehicle being towed at her expense. Patricia was furious about receiving the citation. She argued with the officer about her status as HOA president and claimed that she hadn't realized the parking laws applied to community volunteers. The officer explained that handicap parking regulations apply to everyone equally, regardless of their community role. After the officer left, Patricia stormed over to confront me. She accused me of being vindictive and said that getting her cited was a betrayal of community spirit. She claimed that I was undermining her ability to serve as HOA president by making her job more difficult. I reminded Patricia that I'd tried to discuss the issue with her directly, and she'd refused to acknowledge that her parking was inappropriate. I said that involving parking enforcement was necessary because she wouldn't follow basic disability access laws. Patricia said that I was being petty and that any reasonable person would understand that HOA presidents needed convenient parking to do their jobs effectively. She couldn't seem to grasp that her volunteer position didn't give her special legal privileges. The citation apparently got Patricia's attention because she stopped parking in the handicap spot. Instead, she began arriving early to meetings to claim one of the regular spots closest to the entrance. Her parking was now legal, even if her attitude about the whole situation remained unchanged. Patricia and I have had a tense relationship ever since the parking citation incident. She clearly views me as someone who caused her unnecessary trouble over what she considered a minor issue. I see her as someone who thought her community position put her above basic accessibility laws. The handicap parking spots are now available for residents who actually need them, which was the whole point of addressing the issue. Several people have thanked me privately for speaking up, though they're careful not to criticise Patricia too openly, since she's still the HOA president. That story is over. It's part of the job might be the most creative justification for parking illegally I've ever heard. Imagine thinking that volunteering for HOA president comes with special legal exemptions, moving on to someone who learned that apparently having friends over can violate neighbourhood standards. My neighbour reported me for having too many guests. I've been living in my house for about 2 years, and I've always tried to be a considerate neighbour. I keep my property maintained, don't throw loud parties, and generally try to keep to myself. Last month was my daughter's 8th birthday, and I decided to throw her a party in our backyard. The party was nothing elaborate, just about 15 kids from her class, along with their parents. We set up some games in the backyard, ordered pizza, and had a simple birthday cake. The whole event lasted maybe 4 hours on a Saturday afternoon, and we made sure to keep the noise level reasonable. I'd invited a few neighbours to join us if they wanted, but most people were busy with their own weekend activities. The party went smoothly, the kids had a great time, and we cleaned up everything afterwards. I thought it was a perfectly normal birthday celebration. 2 days later, I received a letter from the HOA informing me that I was being cited for excessive guest parking and overcrowding during my weekend event. The letter stated that I'd violated community guidelines by hosting too many people at once in the neighbourhood. I was completely creating parking congestion and confused by this citation. Most of the parents had dropped their kids off and left, so there were only maybe 6 or 7 extra cars parked on our street during the party. Everyone had parked legally on the public street, and nobody had blocked driveways or fire hydrants. I called the HOA office to ask about the specific violation. The woman who answered explained that someone had complained about the number of cars and people at my house, and that the board had determined it exceeded acceptable limits for residential gatherings. I asked what those limits were, and she said that homeowners were expected to keep gatherings small and considerate of neighbours. Yeah. When I pressed for specific numbers, she said there wasn't an exact limit, but that my party had clearly exceeded community standards. I pointed out that it was my daughter's birthday party with kids from her class, not some wild adult party that went late into the night. The woman said that the type of event didn't matter, only the number of people and cars involved. I requested a copy of the written guidelines about guest limits and parking restrictions. What I received was a vague statement about maintaining residential character and avoiding disruptive activities. There were no specific numbers or clear definitions of what constituted excessive. I decided to attend the next board meeting to discuss the citation. The meeting was held in the community centre, and about 20 residents were in attendance. When it came time for homeowner comments, I explained that I had received a violation notice for my daughter's birthday party and didn't understand what rules I'd broken. The board president, a stern woman named Helen, said that several neighbours had complained about the noise and congestion from my party. She claimed that residential neighbourhoods weren't appropriate venues for large gatherings, even family celebrations. I asked how many complaints had been received and what specific problems had been reported. Helen said that information was confidential, but that the concerns were enough to warrant the serious citation. Another board member mentioned that the street had been completely clogged with cars during my event. I pointed out that only 6 or 7 additional cars had been parked on our street, all legally, and that there had been plenty of remaining parking spaces available. When I mentioned that it was a children's birthday party that lasted only 4 hours on a Saturday afternoon, Helen said that the duration and type of event weren't relevant to the parking and noise violations. A neighbour who lived across the street spoke up and said that she'd seen the party and hadn't noticed any problems. She said the kids seemed well behaved and that she'd actually been impressed by how quickly Everything was cleaned up afterwards. Helen dismissed this comment and said that not all affected neighbours had attended the meeting to voice their complaints. She insisted that the citation was based on legitimate concerns from multiple residents. The meeting ended with the board making it clear that the citation would stand and that I needed to be more considerate about the size and impact of future gatherings. I left feeling like I'd been punished for throwing a normal birthday party for my 8-year-old daughter. I decided to do some research on HOA guest policies and residential gathering rights. I learned that HOAs generally can't restrict reasonable family gatherings unless they create genuine safety or nuisance issues. I also discovered that many courts have ruled against HOAs that try to limit normal social activities like birthday parties, especially when the restrictions are based on vague guidelines rather than specific, objective standards. I hired a lawyer who specialised in HOA disputes to review my case. She agreed that the citation was problematic because the guidelines were too vague and the enforcement seemed arbitrary based on anonymous complaints. My lawyer sent a letter to the HOA challenging the violation and requesting specific documentation of the complaints and standards I had allegedly violated. The HOA's response was to claim that my party had created neighbourhood disruption, but provided no specific evidence or witness statements. Meanwhile, I started documenting other gatherings in the neighbourhood to see if the enforcement was consistent. Over several weeks, I observed multiple parties, barbecues, and family gatherings that appeared similar in size to my daughter's birthday party, but none of those homeowners received citations. The selective enforcement was obvious. Families who were friendly with board members could host gatherings without any problems, while residents like me who weren't part of the inner circle faced scrutiny for normal family activities. My lawyer filed a formal complaint with the state agency that oversees HOA operations, detailing the vague guidelines, arbitrary enforcement, and lack of evidence supporting the violation. The state investigation took several months, but they ultimately determined that the HOA had violated proper enforcement procedures and had failed to apply their standards consistently. They ordered the HOA to revoke my citation and to develop clearer guidelines for residential gatherings. The agency also required the board to provide specific, objective standards for what constitutes excessive gatherings, rather than relying on subjective complaints from anonymous neighbours. Helen resigned as board president shortly after the state investigation concluded. The new board president sent out a newsletter clarifying that reasonable family gatherings, like birthday parties, were welcome in the community as long as they complied with basic noise and parking regulations. This year's birthday party for my daughter went off without any issues. Several neighbours even stopped by to wish her happy birthday, and nobody complained about the handful of extra cars on our street. That story is over. Getting cited for throwing your kid a birthday party is the kind of HOA overreach that makes people want to move to. The woods. 15 kids and some pizza apparently constitutes a neighbourhood-threatening event. Let's hear from someone who discovered that even playground equipment can somehow violate community standards. The HOA banned basketball hoops because they're unprofessional. When I moved into Riverside Meadows last year, one of the things I loved about the neighbourhood was how family-friendly it seemed. There were kids playing outside, families walking their dogs, and a real sense of community that you don't find everywhere. I have 2 teenage sons who are both pretty serious about basketball, so one of my first purchases after moving in was a nice portable basketball hoop for our driveway. It wasn't anything elaborate, just a standard adjustable hoop that we could move if needed. The boys were thrilled to have a place to practice their shots and play games with friends from school. The hoop was a big hit in the neighbourhood. Several other kids started coming over to play, and it became a great way for my sons to make friends in their new community. Parents would stop by while walking their dogs and mention how nice it was to see kids being active outdoors instead of glued to screens all day. For about 6 months, everything was perfect. The boys would play after school, and on weekends, always wrapping up by dinner time and never causing any real noise issues. They were respectful about retrieving balls that rolled into neighbours' yards and always invited other kids to join in. That all changed when we got a new HOA president. The previous president had been pretty laid back about minor issues, but the new one seemed determined to enforce what she called professional community standards. The first sign of trouble came when I received a letter from the HOA requesting that I move my basketball hoop to a less visible location. The letter explained that the hoop was creating visual clutter in my driveway and affecting the neighbourhood's refined aesthetic. I was confused by this request because the hoop was positioned entirely on my own property and wasn't blocking anything or causing problems for anyone. I called the HOA office to ask for clarification about what they meant by a less visible location. The woman who answered, Linda, explained that the board had decided that basketball hoops were inappropriate for front-facing areas because they made the neighbourhood look too casual for an upscale community. I pointed out that several other houses in the neighbourhood had basketball hoops, some permanently mounted on garages. Linda said that the board was implementing new standards and that all basketball equipment would need to comply with the updated guidelines. I asked to see these new guidelines, and she said they'd be announced in the next community newsletter. When the newsletter arrived, buried in the middle was a brief statement about recreational equipment needing to be stored out of sight when not in use. The language was vague and didn't specifically mention basketball hoops, but it was clear that this was directed at families like mine who had visible sports equipment in their driveways. I decided to attend the next board meeting to discuss the new policy. The meeting was held in the community clubhouse, and about a dozen residents were in attendance, including several other parents with basketball hoops. When it came time for homeowner comments, I asked about the new recreational equipment policy and how it would be enforced. The board president, a woman named Catherine, said that the policy was designed to maintain the community's professional appearance. Catherine explained that potential home buyers expected to see neat, uncluttered properties when touring the neighbourhood, and that visible sports equipment could hurt property values by making the area look too suburban rather than upscale. I asked if there was any actual evidence that basketball hoops affected property values, and Catherine said that real estate professionals had advised the board about maintaining premium neighbourhood standards. Another parent spoke up and mentioned that the basketball hoops were actually bringing the community together, with kids from different families playing together regularly. Catherine said that while community building was nice, it shouldn't come at the expense of property aesthetics. The discussion got heated when one father pointed out that his hoop was permanently mounted to his garage and couldn't easily be hidden. Catherine said that permanent installations would need to be removed entirely, regardless of the expense involved. Several parents argued that the policy was unfair to families with children and that basketball hoops were normal features in residential neighbourhoods. Catherine said that families had known they were moving into an upscale community with higher standards than typical suburban areas. The meeting ended with the board making it clear that all basketball hoops would need to be removed from visible locations within 60 days or homeowners would face fines starting at $200. I left that meeting feeling like the community had become hostile to families with children. The idea that basketball hoops were somehow unprofessional or damaging to property values seemed absurd to me. I started researching HOA policies about recreational equipment and learned that many courts have ruled against overly restrictive rules that target normal family activities. I also discovered that policies need to be clearly written and consistently enforced to be legally valid. Several other parents and I decided to challenge the basketball hoop ban collectively. We hired a lawyer who specialised in HOA disputes and argued that the policy was discriminatory against families with children. Our lawyer pointed out that the guidelines were vague, that the board had provided no evidence of actual property value impacts, and that selectively banning children's equipment while allowing other types of personal property was potentially discriminatory. The case took several months to resolve, but ultimately we were successful. The court ruled that the HOA couldn't ban reasonable recreational equipment without clear evidence of legitimate problems, and that the policy appeared to be based on subjective aesthetic preferences rather than genuine community concerns. The judge also noted that communities benefit from having active, engaged families, and that policies shouldn't discourage normal childhood activities. The HOA was ordered to revise their recreational equipment policy to allow reasonable sports equipment as long as it didn't create safety hazards or genuine nuisance issues. Catherine resigned as board president shortly after the court ruling, claiming she wanted to focus on other volunteer activities. The new board has been much more family-friendly and actually organised a neighbourhood basketball tournament last summer. My sons still use their basketball hoop regularly, and it remains a gathering place for kids throughout the neighbourhood. Several new families have moved in since the policy change, and many of them mentioned that seeing active kids playing outside was one of the things that attracted them to the area. That story is over. Banning basketball hoops because they make a neighbourhood look too suburban is like banning dogs because they make it look too pet-friendly. Voila! The mental gymnastics required to call friendly. The mental gymnastics required to argue that kids playing basketball hurts property values is truly something else. Now let's hear from someone who discovered that property lines are apparently more like gentle suggestions to some neighbours. My neighbour built a fence 2 feet into my yard. I've been living in my current house for about 5 years, and the relationship with my next door neighbour has always been pretty good. When Brett moved in 3 years ago, we got along well enough. We'd chat over the existing chain link fence occasionally, help each other with small favours, and generally maintained a friendly, neighbourly relationship. Last spring, Brett mentioned that he was planning to replace the old chain link fence between our properties with something more attractive. He said he wanted to install a nice wooden privacy fence that would give both of us more privacy and improve the appearance of both yards. I thought that sounded like a great improvement and told him I'd be happy to split the cost if he wanted. Brett said he appreciated the offer, but that he preferred to handle the project himself so he could choose the exact style and timing. He mentioned that he'd gotten quotes from several contractors and was planning to start the work in early summer. The fence installation began in June. Brett hired a crew that seemed professional enough, and the work progressed steadily over about a week. I was pleased to see that the new fence looked much better than the old chain link, and Brett had chosen a nice cedar design that complemented both of our properties. It wasn't until after the fence was completely installed that I started to notice something seemed off about its placement. From certain angles in my backyard, it appeared that the new fence was positioned differently than the old one had been. The enclosed area on Brett's side seemed larger, while my usable yard space felt smaller. I decided to check the metal survey stakes that marked the actual property line between our yards. These stakes had been installed when the houses were originally built and should indicate the precise boundary between our properties. What I discovered made my stomach drop. The new fence was positioned about 2 feet onto my side of the actual property line. Brett had essentially claimed a 2-foot wide strip of my backyard, extending the entire length of our shared boundary. This represented a significant amount of land, probably close to 300 square feet. I was in a difficult position. The fence had already been installed and looked professional, but it was definitely on my property. I needed to address this with Brett, but I wanted to be diplomatic about it, since we'd always had a good relationship. I waited until I saw Brett working in his yard one weekend and walked over to talk to him. I mentioned that I'd been looking at the property line markers and was concerned that the new fence might be positioned incorrectly. Brett's reaction was immediate and defensive. He told me that he'd been very careful about the fence placement and that it followed the line of the old fence exactly. When I suggested we look at the survey stakes together, he said that those stakes were probably inaccurate after all these years. I pointed out that the metal stakes were permanent markers installed during the original surveying when the subdivision was built. Brett said that the old fence line was a better indicator of the actual boundary than some old metal stakes that might have been moved or damaged. When I insisted that we should verify the property line with a professional survey, Brett became more agitated. He said that hiring a surveyor was expensive and unnecessary, and that the fence was positioned exactly where it should be based on the previous fence location. I explained that the old chain link fence might not have been installed on the actual property line, and that we needed to use the official survey markers to determine the correct boundary. Brett said he'd lived there for 3 years and knew exactly where his property ended. The conversation ended with Brett making it clear that he wasn't going to move the fence or hire a surveyor to verify the property line. He claimed that the old fence line was off by a bit, and that his new fence was actually more accurate than the previous one. I was frustrated by Brett's refusal to acknowledge that there might be a problem with the fence placement. I decided to hire a surveyor myself to get an official determination of where the property line actually was. The surveyor came out the following week and used GPS equipment along with the original subdivision plat to locate the precise boundaries. His findings confirmed exactly what I'd suspected. The new fence was built approximately 2 feet onto my property, along its entire length. The surveyor marks the actual property line with bright orange flags, making it impossible to deny where the boundary was located. The evidence was clear and professional, documented in an official survey report. Armed with this official survey, I went back to Brett to discuss the situation. I showed him the surveyor's report and the newly marked property line. I expected him to be surprised and apologetic, ready to work out a solution to correct the mistake. Instead, Brett became angry and accusatory. He claimed that my surveyor must have made an error, that the property line couldn't possibly be where it was marked. He said that he'd measured carefully when installing the fence and that there was no way it could be 2 feet off. I pointed out that the surveyor had used GPS coordinates and the original subdivision plat, not just estimates or visual references. The survey was as accurate as modern technology could make it. Brett dismissed this, saying that GPS wasn't always reliable and that practical experience was more valuable than computer measurements. When I insisted that the fence needed to be moved to the correct property line, Brett said that would be impossible and unfair. He claimed that moving the fence would cost thousands of dollars and that I was being unreasonable to expect him to tear down a perfectly good fence over a surveying dispute. I suggested that if he didn't want to move the fence, he could purchase the strip of my land that it was sitting on. We could have the property lines officially adjusted to reflect the fence placement. Brett said he wasn't interested in buying land that he believed was already his. The dispute dragged on for weeks. Brett continued to insist that the survey was wrong and that the fence was positioned correctly. He even hired his own surveyor to do a second opinion, but that survey confirmed the same property line as mine. Faced with 2 independent surveys showing the same results, Brett finally acknowledged that the fence was on my property. But instead of apologising or offering to fix the situation, he became even more entrenched in his position. Brett claimed that he had gained rights to the disputed land through adverse possession, since the old fence had been in that general location for years. He said that long-term use gave him legal claim to the property, even if the original survey showed it belonged to me. I consulted with a real estate attorney who explained that adverse possession claims require very specific conditions that hadn't been met in this case. The attorney advised me to send Brett a formal demand letter requiring him to move the fence to the correct property line within 30 days. The demand letter finally got Brett's attention. Instead of continuing to fight the property line determination, he agreed to hire a contractor to move the fence to its proper location. The work cost him over $4,000 and took 2 weeks to complete. Brett was clearly resentful about having to move the fence and pay for the correction. He blamed me for creating an expensive problem that he felt could have been resolved more informally. Our previously friendly relationship was completely destroyed by the property dispute. The fence is now positioned on the correct property line, and I've regained the use of my full backyard. But Brett and I no longer speak to each other. and there's obvious tension whenever we're both outside at the same time. The whole experience taught me that property boundaries are serious legal matters that can't be resolved through casual agreements or assumptions. Even good neighbours can become adversarial when significant money and land ownership are involved. That story's over. The old fence line was off by a bit is a creative way of saying, I accidentally stole 2 feet of your yard. The adverse possession claim, after getting caught red-handed, is just the cherry on top. Moving on to someone who learned that apparently even parking in your own driveway can violate community standards. The HOA threatened to tow my car from my own driveway. I've been living in Sunset Ridge for about 2 years now, and generally, the HOA has been reasonable about most issues. They maintain the common areas well, handle administrative tasks efficiently, and don't get too intrusive about minor property matters. That all changed when they hired a new property management company last year. The new management company seems much more aggressive about enforcement than the previous one. They've been issuing citations for things that were never problems before, and interpreting the community guidelines much more strictly than anyone expected. I drive a perfectly normal sedan that I park in my own driveway every day after work. The car is clean, well maintained, and definitely not an eyesore by any reasonable standard. I've been parking it in the same spot in my driveway for 2 years without any issues or complaints. Last month I came home from work to find a violation notice stuck under my windshield wiper. The notice informed me that my vehicle was not properly aligned with the community's curb policy and that I had 7 days to correct the positioning or face a fine of $150. I was completely confused by this notice. I looked at how my car was parked and couldn't see anything wrong with it. The car was entirely on my own property, not blocking sidewalks or extending into the street. I had no idea what curb policy they were referring to. I called the management company to ask about the violation. The woman who answered explained that my car wasn't aligned parallel to the curb and that this violated the community's aesthetic standards for vehicle positioning. I asked her to clarify what she meant by parallel alignment, and she said that all vehicles needed to be parked perfectly straight in their driveways, pointing directly toward the garage rather than at any angle to the street. I looked at my car again and realised that I had been parking it at a slight angle in my driveway, maybe 15 degrees off from perfectly straight. This positioning made it easier for me to back out onto the street, and I'd never thought of it as problematic. I asked when this curb policy had been implemented, and she said it had always been part of the community guidelines. When I requested to see the written policy, she said she'd email it to me. What I received was a brief paragraph buried deep in the architectural guidelines that mentioned vehicles should be positioned in harmony with community aesthetics. There was no specific mention of angles, parallel alignment, or curb policies. I decided to drive around the neighbourhood to see how other residents park their cars. What I discovered was that probably half the vehicles in the community were parked at various angles in their driveways. Some were at much sharper angles than mine, and many were positioned to make backing out easier. I called the management company back and pointed out that many other residents were parking at angles similar to mine. The woman said that they were working through violations systematically and that other residents would be cited in due course. I decided to attend the next HOA board meeting to discuss this policy. The meeting was held in the community centre, and about 15 residents were in attendance, including several others who had apparently received similar parking violations. When it came time for homeowner comments, I asked about the curb policy and how it was being enforced. The board president, a stern man named Robert, said that the policy was designed to maintain the community's professional appearance. Robert explained that angled parking created visual chaos and made the neighbourhood look disorganised compared to communities where all vehicles were positioned uniformly. He said that property values could be affected if the area appeared too casual or poorly managed. I asked why parking at a slight angle in my own driveway would affect property values, especially since the positioning made it safer and easier for me to back out onto the street. Robert said that Individual convenience wasn't as important as community-wide standards. Another resident spoke up and mentioned that his driveway was designed with a slight curve that made perfectly straight parking difficult. Robert said that residents needed to adapt their parking to meet community standards, regardless of their driveway configuration. The discussion got heated when someone pointed out that the original community guidelines didn't include specific parking angle requirements. Robert said that the board had the authority to interpret the general aesthetic standards, and that parallel parking was clearly implied by the harmony language. Several residents argued that the enforcement was arbitrary and that many long-term residents had been parking at angles for years without problems. Robert said that previous lax enforcement didn't mean the standards were invalid, just that they needed better compliance. The meeting ended with the board making it clear that all parking violations would be enforced consistently and that residents needed to adjust their habits to meet community expectations. I left that meeting feeling like the HOA had lost sight of reasonable governance. The idea that parking at a slight angle in my own driveway constituted a serious aesthetic violation seemed completely absurd. I decided to research HOA enforcement practices and learned that policies need to be clearly written and reasonably applied to be legally valid. Vague language about harmony generally isn't sufficient to support specific behavioural requirements. I also discovered that HOAs can't usually regulate activities on private driveways unless they create genuine safety hazards or significant nuisance issues for the community. I hired a lawyer who specialised in HOA disputes to review the case. She agreed that the violation was problematic because the guidelines were too vague and the enforcement seemed to be based on subjective aesthetic preferences rather than clear rules. My lawyer sent a letter to the HOA challenging the violation and requesting specific documentation of the curb policy standards. The HOA's response was to claim that parallel parking was implied by the community's overall aesthetic requirements, but they couldn't provide any specific written standards. Meanwhile, I started documenting other vehicle positioning throughout the neighbourhood. Over the next week, I photographed dozens of cars parked at various angles, some much more dramatically positioned than mine had been. The selective enforcement was obvious and well documented. Cars belonging to board members and their friends were parked at sharp angles without receiving citations, while residents who had questioned other HOA policies seemed to face increased scrutiny. My lawyer filed a formal complaint with the state agency that regulates HOA operations. The complaint included photographic evidence of inconsistent enforcement and challenged the vague nature of the community guidelines. The investigation took several months, but the state agency ultimately ruled in my favour. They found that the HOA had violated proper enforcement procedures by applying subjective standards inconsistently across the community. The agency ordered the HOA to revise their parking policies to include specific, measurable requirements rather than vague aesthetic language. They also required the board to attend training on fair enforcement practices. Robert resigned as board president shortly after the state ruling. The new board implemented much clearer guidelines that focus on actual safety issues rather than arbitrary aesthetic preferences about vehicle angles. A slight angle in my driveway, still park my car at, and it's never been an issue since the policy revision. Several other residents have thanked me for challenging the arbitrary enforcement that had been making everyone afraid to park normally in their own driveways. That story's over. Getting cited for parking at a slight angle in your own driveway is the kind of micromanagement that makes people hate HOAs. The fact that board members could park however they wanted while everyone else got violations just proves how corrupt the whole system had become. Let's move on to someone who discovered that their neighbour's home improvement choices can apparently affect everyone else's property values. My neighbour painted their house neon green. I've been living in my current neighbourhood for about 8 years, and it's always been a pretty stable, well-maintained area. Most of the houses are painted in neutral colours, like white, beige, or light grey, creating a cohesive and pleasant streetscape that everyone seems to appreciate. That harmony was shattered last month when my next-door neighbour decided to completely repaint his house. The neighbour, Eric, had always been a bit eccentric, but generally kept to himself and maintained his property reasonably well. When I saw painters working at his house, I assumed he was just freshening up the existing colour scheme. I was completely wrong. Over the course of 3 days, Eric's house was transformed from a modest beige colonial into what can only be described as a neon green nightmare. The colour was so bright and intense that it was literally painful to look at directly, especially in bright sunlight. The shade wasn't just unusual or bold, it was the kind of fluorescent green you might see on safety equipment or warning signs. The entire house, including the shutters and trim, was painted in this eye-searing colour that could probably be seen from space. The reaction from the neighbourhood was immediate and dramatic. People would drive by slowly, stop their cars and stare in disbelief. Some neighbours started taking different routes to avoid having to look at the house. Children, on their way to school, would point and ask their parents why someone would paint their house that colour. Within a week of the paint job being completed, I received a letter from our HOA, but instead of citing Eric for his neon green house, they were citing me for creating visual contrast issues that disrupted the neighbourhood's aesthetic harmony. I read the letter 3 times because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. According to the HOA, my house was now in violation because the modest white colour I'd maintained for 8 years was creating too much contrast with Eric's new paint job. They were demanding that I repaint my house in a colour that would better complement the neon green monstrosity next door. I called the HOA office immediately to ask if this was some kind of mistake. The woman who answered explained that the board had conducted a visual assessment of our street and determined that several houses were now creating aesthetic conflicts with the new colour scheme. When I pointed out that Eric's house was the one that had changed, not mine, she said that the board was focused on finding solutions rather than assigning blame. She claimed that asking multiple homeowners to make minor adjustments was more reasonable than forcing one resident to completely redo their recent paint job. I asked to see the written policy that required homeowners to modify their properties to accommodate their neighbours' colour choices. The woman said she'd email me the relevant guidelines, but what I received was just vague language about maintaining community harmony and preventing visual disruption. It turned out that I wasn't the only one who had received a violation notice. Every house on our street except Eric's had been cited for various contrast issues, visual conflicts, or aesthetic disruptions related to the neon green paint job. The HOA was essentially demanding that the entire street be repainted to accommodate one person's terrible decision. The neighbour across from Eric was told her grey shutters created too much visual competition with the greenhouse. The family 2 doors down was cited for having white trim that was too bright when viewed next to the fluorescent paint. Even the house, at the end of the block, was somehow creating aesthetic problems despite being barely visible from Eric's property. I decided to attend the next HOA board meeting to address this insane situation. The meeting was held in our community centre, and it was packed with angry residents who had received similar violation notices. Nearly everyone on our street was there, along with concerned neighbours from adjacent streets who were worried about receiving their own citations. When the meeting began, the board president tried to frame the issue as a community-wide opportunity to refresh our neighbourhood's appearance. She talked about property values and aesthetic cohesion, as if forcing dozens of families to repaint their houses was some kind of exciting renovation project. The room erupted when residents started sharing their violation notices. People were furious that they were being penalised for maintaining their properties exactly as they had for years, while the person who had actually created the visual disruption faced no consequences. One elderly resident stood up and said she'd lived on the street for 25 years and had never seen anything as ridiculous as being forced to repaint her house because her neighbour had made a terrible colour choice. She pointed out that her fixed income couldn't accommodate a several $1,000 paint job. Another neighbour asked why Eric wasn't being required to repaint his house in a more reasonable colour, since he was clearly the source of all the aesthetic conflicts. The board president said that Eric's paint choice was within the technically allowable colour range according to their guidelines. When someone asked to see these guidelines that apparently allowed neon green, the board became evasive. They claimed that the colour standards were complex and that Eric had received proper approval for his paint selection. It became clear during the meeting that the board was either too intimidated by Eric to confront him directly, or they were trying to avoid a legal battle by spreading the financial burden across multiple homeowners instead of forcing one person to fix their mistake. Several residents demanded to know who had approved Eric's paint colour in the first place. The board claimed that architectural review decisions were confidential, but their obvious discomfort suggested that they had approved the colour without thinking it through, or Eric had painted without approval, and they were afraid to enforce consequences. The meeting ended with most of the street's residents declaring that they would not be repainting their houses to accommodate Eric's poor judgment. Many people mentioned that they would be seeking legal advice about the violation notices. Over the next few weeks, nearly every homeowner on our street hired lawyers to challenge their citations. The collective legal pressure quickly overwhelmed the HOA's ability to defend their position. It turned out that Eric had never received approval for his paint colour. He had submitted a request for forest green to the Architectural Review Committee, but had painted his house in fluorescent safety green without getting the actual colour approved. The HOA had been trying to avoid confronting Eric about his unauthorised paint job by instead pressuring everyone else to accommodate his violation. This strategy backfired spectacularly when it became clear that they were essentially punishing rule followers while protecting someone who had broken the guidelines. Faced with multiple legal challenges and the obvious absurdity of their enforcement approach, the HOA finally issued Eric a violation notice for his unauthorised paint colour. He was given 60 days to repaint his house in an approved colour or face escalating fines. Eric fought the citation for several months, claiming that fluorescent green was a legitimate interpretation of the forest green he had requested approval for. But eventually, the legal pressure and accumulating fines convinced him to repaint. His house is now a reasonable sage green colour that actually looks quite nice. All the violation notices issued to other residents were withdrawn. Board members resign, and several in embarrassment over the whole debacle. The experience taught our entire street that HOA boards sometimes make decisions based on politics rather than policy, and that collective action from residents can be very effective in challenging unreasonable enforcement. That story is over. Imagine getting fined because your neighbour painted their house neon green, and suddenly your normal white house creates visual contrast issues. The HOA literally tried to make an entire street pay for one person's terrible taste, rather than just tell him to fix his mistake. Our next story comes from someone who learned that HOA presidents sometimes have a very loose definition of what constitutes official business. The HOA president entered my backyard without permission. I've been living in Willowbrook Commons for about 4 years now, and generally, the HOA has been pretty reasonable to deal with. They handle the basic administrative tasks, maintain common areas adequately, and don't get too involved in residents' personal business. That changed significantly when we elected a new president last year. The woman named Rebecca seemed enthusiastic about her role during the campaign. She talked about improving community standards, enhancing property values, and ensuring that all residents were following guidelines properly. Most people thought having someone proactive in charge would be good for the neighbourhood. Rebecca's approach to the job turned out to be much more hands-on than anyone expected. Within a few months of taking office, she'd implemented new inspection procedures, increased enforcement of existing rules, and began conducting what she called proactive community assessments. The first sign of trouble came when neighbours started mentioning that they'd seen Rebecca walking around their properties at odd hours. Some people had noticed her taking photos of their homes, examining their landscaping, and making notes on a clipboard while standing in their driveways. When residents asked Rebecca about these activities, she explained that she was conducting routine inspections to ensure community compliance. She said that proactive monitoring was more effective than waiting for violations to be reported, and that her inspections helped maintain property values for everyone. Most people were uncomfortable with Rebecca's roaming inspections, but nobody wanted to confront the HOA president directly. The general feeling was that she meant well and would probably settle into a less intrusive routine once she got more comfortable in the role. My first personal encounter with Rebecca's inspection style happened on a Tuesday morning when I was working from home. I was in my kitchen making coffee when I saw someone walking around in my backyard. I looked out the window and saw Rebecca examining my fence line with a measuring tape. I went outside to ask what she was doing, and Rebecca explained that she was conducting a routine property assessment to ensure that my fence met community standards. When I asked why she hadn't knocked on my door first, she said she didn't want to disturb residents during business hours. I pointed out that entering someone's backyard without permission was trespassing, regardless of her HOA position. Rebecca seemed surprised by this suggestion and said that HOA presidents had the authority to inspect community properties to ensure compliance with guidelines. When I asked to see the written policy that gave her authority to enter private backyards, Rebecca said that the inspection powers were implied by her responsibility to enforce community standards. She claimed that effective enforcement required direct observation of potential violations. I told Rebecca that if she wanted to inspect my property in the future, she needed to ask permission first and arrange a time that worked for both of us. She agreed, but seemed annoyed that I was placing restrictions on her ability to do her job effectively. The next week, Rebecca was back in my yard. This time, I caught her measuring the height of my garden shed and taking photos from multiple angles. When I confronted her again, she said she'd forgotten about our previous conversation and was just trying to be thorough in her community assessments. I reminded Rebecca that she'd agreed to ask permission before entering my backyard and that I expected her to respect basic privacy boundaries. She apologized and said she'd make sure to coordinate with me better in the future. But Rebecca's backyard visits continued. Sometimes I'd come home from work to find footprints in my garden beds or evidence that someone had been moving things around in my yard. When I installed a security camera to monitor the situation, I captured clear footage of Rebecca entering my backyard at least twice a week. The video showed Rebecca examining various aspects of my property, measuring structures, taking photos, and even testing the stability of my fence posts. She was conducting detailed inspections that went far beyond any reasonable community oversight. I decided to confront Rebecca with the video evidence at the next HOA board meeting. The meeting was well attended because several other residents had similar complaints about unauthorized property inspections. When it came time for homeowner comments, I showed the video of Rebecca entering my backyard without permission. The footage clearly demonstrated that she'd been conducting regular, unauthorized inspections despite our previous conversations about respecting privacy boundaries. Rebecca's response was that she was simply doing her job as HOA president and that effective community management required direct observation of property conditions. She claimed that residents who were following the guidelines shouldn't have anything to hide from reasonable inspections. Other board members looked uncomfortable as more residents shared stories about Rebecca's uninvited property visits. It became clear that she had been treating the entire community as her personal inspection territory, entering backyards, examining structures, and documenting conditions without any homeowner consent. One resident mentioned that she'd found Rebecca in her backyard at dawn, apparently checking whether her trash cans were positioned according to community standards. Another homeowner had discovered Rebecca measuring his deck to verify that it met setback requirements from the property line. The most disturbing incident involved a resident who had caught Rebecca inside his garage, apparently inspecting stored items to ensure they met the community's storage guidelines. Rebecca had entered through an unlocked side door while the homeowner was at work. The board meeting devolved into heated arguments about Rebecca's inspection practices and the limits of HOA authority. Several residents threatened to involve police if the unauthorized property entries continued. After the meeting, I consulted with a lawyer about Rebecca's trespassing behavior. The attorney explained that HOA presidents don't have legal authority to enter private property without permission, regardless of their community oversight responsibilities. My lawyer sent Rebecca a formal cease and desist letter, demanding that she stop entering my property without explicit permission. The letter explained that future unauthorized entries would be reported to police as trespassing violations. Rebecca's response was to claim that her inspections were necessary for community safety and that residents who objected were probably hiding violations. She said that effective HOA leadership sometimes required making difficult decisions that not everyone would initially understand. The situation escalated when Rebecca was caught on multiple security cameras entering various properties throughout the neighborhood. Residents began sharing footage of her unauthorized inspections, creating a clear pattern of systematic trespassing. Several homeowners filed police reports about the unauthorized entries. The investigating officer explained that HOA authority doesn't extend to entering private property without consent, and that Rebecca could face criminal trespassing charges if the behavior continued. Faced with potential legal consequences and growing resident anger, the HOA board held an emergency meeting to address Rebecca's inspection practices. The other board members voted to restrict her authority and require written permission from homeowners before any property inspections. Rebecca resigned as president shortly after the board imposed limitations on her inspection activities. She claimed that the restrictions made it impossible for her to effectively protect community standards, and that residents would regret limiting proactive enforcement. The new president has implemented much more reasonable oversight procedures that respect residents' privacy rights while still maintaining community standards. Property inspections now require advance notice and homeowner consent, which has eliminated the trespassing issues completely. That story is over. Walking into people's backyards with a measuring tape and claiming it's routine inspection is basically breaking and entering with a clipboard. The garage incident crosses the line from overzealous into genuinely criminal behavior. Next up is someone who discovered that their neighbour has a very creative approach to lawn care maintenance. My neighbour keeps using my hose without asking. I've been living in my current house for about 3 years, and the relationship with my neighbours has generally been pretty good. We help each other out with small favours, keep an eye on each other's properties when someone's out of town, and maintain the kind of friendly but not intrusive relationship that makes neighbourhoods pleasant places to live. The house next door is owned by a guy named Andrew who moved in about 18 months ago. Andrew seems like a decent enough person in casual interactions. We wave when we see each other, make small talk about weather or local events, and he's never caused any obvious problems or disturbances. Andrew's house has a fairly large front yard with mature landscaping that requires regular watering during the summer months. My property has a similar setup, and I installed a high-quality hose and sprinkler system to keep everything green and healthy during dry periods. The first time I noticed something odd was about 6 months ago when I came home from work and found my garden hose stretched across both yards, connected to Andrew's sprinkler in his front lawn. The hose had been disconnected from my spigot and run about 50 feet to water his property. I assumed this was some kind of emergency situation. Maybe Andrew's hose had broken and he needed water to prevent his plants from dying during a particularly hot spell. I didn't want to be unreasonable about a temporary need, so I didn't say anything immediately. But the stretched across to Andrew's yard next day, my hose was again, this time watering his back garden. When I went outside to disconnect it and bring it back to my property, I found Andrew in his backyard adjusting the sprinkler settings. I asked Andrew what was going on with my hose, and he explained that his own hose had developed a leak and he was waiting for a replacement to arrive. He said he hoped I didn't mind him borrowing mine for a few days until he could get his watering system fixed. I told Andrew that I preferred he ask before using my equipment, but that I understood it was a temporary situation. He thanked me for being understanding and promised that he'd get his own hose repaired quickly so he wouldn't need to keep borrowing mine. The temporary situation lasted about 2 weeks, during which Andrew continued using my hose daily to water his entire property. Sometimes, I'd come home to find my water running and my hose stretched across both yards, adding significantly to my water bill. When I finally asked Andrew about the status of his hose replacement, he said he'd been too busy to get to the hardware store, but would definitely take care of it soon. He seemed to have settled into a routine of using my equipment and wasn't showing much urgency about fixing his own watering system. After another week, I decided to be more direct about the situation. I told Andrew that I needed my hose back on my own property and that he should prioritise getting his own equipment repaired. He agreed and said he'd handle it right away, but Andrew didn't stop using my hose. Instead, he started being more sneaky about it. I'd wake up in the morning to find evidence that my hose had been used overnight, then return to my yard before I got up. Sometimes I'd hear water running in the middle of the night and look out to see Andrew watering his lawn with my equipment. The situation reached a breaking point when I woke up at 2 in the morning to the sound of running water. I looked out my bedroom window and saw Andrew washing his car in his driveway using my hose. He had apparently decided that unlimited access to my water was part of some neighbourly arrangement I'd never agreed to. I went outside in my pyjamas to confront Andrew about the late-night car washing. He seemed embarrassed to be caught, but tried to explain that he worked long hours and could only handle car maintenance during off hours. He said he'd been trying to be quiet so he wouldn't disturb anyone. I told Andrew that using my hose without permission, especially in the middle of the night, was completely inappropriate. I said that he needed to get his own equipment fixed and stop taking my water and hose whenever he felt like it. Andrew became defensive and said that he'd been planning to compensate me for the water usage and that neighbours should help each other out with basic needs. He claimed that sharing resources like hoses was just part of living in a community. I explained that sharing requires asking permission first and that taking someone's equipment without consent isn't neighbourly behaviour, it's theft. Andrew said he hadn't thought of it that way and promised to be more respectful going forward. The next week, Andrew was back to using my hose regularly. He'd apparently decided that our conversation was just about asking permission, so he started leaving notes on my door saying he was borrowing the hose for various projects. The notes would say things like, "Borrowing hose for garden watering, will return tonight," or "Need to wash car, taking hose for an hour." Andrew seemed to think that leaving a note was the same as getting permission, even though I'd never agreed to any of these arrangements. I decided to install a locking hose reel to prevent unauthorised use of my equipment. The lock was clearly visible and should have sent a clear message that I didn't want my hose borrowed without explicit permission. Andrew's response to the locked hose reel was to leave notes asking me to unlock it so he could borrow the hose. He taped messages to my door saying he needed water for urgent garden maintenance and asking me to leave the hose unlocked for him to use. When I didn't respond to the notes, Andrew started knocking on my door at inconvenient times to ask for hose access. He'd show up during dinner, early in the morning, or late in the evening, always with some urgent watering need that apparently couldn't wait for reasonable hours. The most frustrating incident happened when I came home from a weekend trip to find that Andrew had somehow bypassed my hose lock and used my equipment. I was away. He'd left a while note thanking me for the water access and mentioning that he'd watered both of our properties as a favour. I confronted Andrew about circumventing my lock and using my hose without permission while I was out of town. He claimed that he'd noticed my plants looking dry to them and had, with a neighbourly gesture, using my own hose to help maintain my property. When I pointed out that he'd clearly tampered with my lock to access the hose, Andrew said he'd found it already unlocked and had assumed I'd left it that way intentionally. He seemed to have an excuse for every boundary violation and couldn't understand why I was upset about his helpful water management. I decided to install a security camera focused on my hose area to document Andrew's unauthorized use. The footage clearly showed him manipulating my lock, using my hose for extended periods, and then returning it while trying to reset the locking mechanism. Armed with video evidence, I filed a complaint with the police about theft of services and property tampering. The officer who reviewed the footage agreed that Andrew's behaviour constituted unauthorised use of my utilities and equipment. Andrew received a citation for theft of services and was warned that future incidents would result in more serious charges. The officer explained that borrowing someone's utilities without permission was a form of theft, regardless of neighbourly intentions. The citation finally convinced Andrew to purchase his own garden hose and watering equipment. He installed a proper irrigation system and stopped using my water for his property maintenance needs. Andrew and I haven't had a friendly conversation since the police citation. He clearly views me as an unreasonable neighbour who escalated a minor sharing issue into a legal matter. I see him as someone who thought he could take whatever he needed from my property without consequences. That story is over. Using someone's hose at 2 a.m. to wash your car takes some serious audacity. The fact that he thought leaving notes was the same as getting permission shows how completely he missed the point about basic respect for other people's property. Our next tale involves someone who discovered that even welcome mats can apparently violate community standards. The HOA tried to ban my welcome mat. When I moved into Pine Valley Estates last year, I was excited to make my new house feel like home. One of the first things I did was buy a welcome mat for my front door. Something simple but with a bit of personality that would greet visitors and delivery drivers with a smile. The mat I chose was black with white lettering that said, "Go away." I thought it was funny, in an obviously sarcastic way. The kind of humour that would make friends laugh, while still being welcoming to people who knew me. The mat was well made, weather-resistant, and looked perfectly appropriate for a front porch. I'd been using the mat for about 6 months without any issues or comments from neighbours. Most people seemed to get the joke, and several visitors had mentioned that they found it amusing. It served its practical purpose of keeping dirt out of my house, while adding a small touch of personality to my front entrance. That changed when I received a letter from the HOA last month. The letter informed me that my welcome mat was in violation of community standards and needed to be removed within 15 days or I would face a fine of $100. The violation notice claimed that my mat displayed aggressive messaging that was inappropriate for a family-friendly community. It stated that the go-away text created a hostile environment that conflicted with the neighbourhood's welcoming atmosphere. I was genuinely confused by this citation because the mat was clearly meant to be humorous rather than hostile. Anyone with a basic sense of humour could see that it was a playful joke, not a serious message telling people to leave. I called the HOA office to discuss the violation. The woman who answered explained that the Architectural Review Committee had received a complaint about my mat and had determined that the messaging was too aggressive for community standards. When I pointed out that the mat was obviously intended as humour, she said that not everyone would understand the joke, and that some residents might feel unwelcome or intimidated by the message. She claimed that community standards required more universally friendly messaging. I asked who had complained about my welcome mat, and she said that complaint information was confidential. When I requested to see the written policy that prohibited humorous doormats, she said she'd email me the relevant guidelines. What I received was a general statement about maintaining positive community messaging and avoiding intimidating or unwelcoming displays. There was no specific mention of doormats, humour, or what constituted aggressive messaging. I decided to drive around the neighbourhood to see what other residents had on their front porches. What I discovered was that there were dozens of welcome mats with various messages, some much more direct than mine. One house had a mat that said, "Beware of dog," with a picture of a snarling German shepherd. Another displayed, "Private property, no trespassing," in bold red letters. Several mats had sports team logos with aggressive mascots, and one even said, "If you're not here for beer, keep walking." None of these mats had apparently received violation notices, despite containing messages that were arguably more intimidating than my obviously sarcastic "go away" mat. The selective enforcement was clear and seemed to be based on personal complaints rather than consistent policy application. I decided to attend the next HOA board meeting to discuss the violation. The meeting was held in the community centre, and about a dozen residents were in attendance. When it came time for homeowner comments, I brought photos of various welcome mats throughout the neighbourhood to demonstrate the inconsistent enforcement. The board president, a serious-looking woman named Donna, listened to my presentation but seemed unmoved by my examples. She said that my mat had been specifically brought to their attention by a concerned resident and that they had to take all complaints seriously. I asked why other potentially intimidating mats weren't being addressed, and Donna said that the board dealt with violations as they were reported. She claimed that they couldn't be expected to monitor every single doormat in the community proactively. When I pointed out that my mat was clearly meant as humour and wasn't genuinely hostile, Donna said that intent didn't matter if some residents felt uncomfortable. She claimed that community harmony required avoiding any messaging that could be misinterpreted as unwelcoming. Another board member mentioned that families with young children might be confused or frightened by the "go away" message. I pointed out that children would be much more likely to be scared by the snarling dog mat or the "beware" messages that were apparently acceptable. The discussion got heated when I suggested that banning obviously humorous mats was an overreach of HOA authority. Donna said that maintaining community standards sometimes required making decisions that prioritised the comfort of all residents over individual expression. Several other residents in attendance seemed sympathetic to my position. One woman mentioned that she'd always found my mat amusing and couldn't understand how anyone would take it seriously. Another resident said that policing doormats seemed like an extreme use of HOA authority, but the board remained firm in their position. They said the violation would stand and that I needed to replace the mats with something more traditionally welcoming within the specified time frame. I left that meeting feeling like the HOA had lost all sense of proportion. The idea that a clearly humorous doormat constituted a threat to community harmony was absurd to me. I decided to research HOA enforcement practices regarding personal expression and learned that many courts have ruled against overly restrictive policies that target obviously harmless displays. I also discovered that HOAs need to apply their standards consistently to avoid discrimination claims. I hired a lawyer who specialised in HOA disputes to review my case. She agreed that the violation was problematic because the enforcement was selective and the guidelines were too vague to support the specific citation. My lawyer sent a letter to the HOA challenging the violation and requesting documentation of the complaints and standards I had allegedly violated. She also demanded to know why other potentially intimidating mats weren't receiving similar enforcement. The HOA's response was to claim that my mat created negative messaging that was inappropriate for a welcoming community. However, they couldn't provide any specific policy that defined what constituted acceptable doormat messaging. Meanwhile, I started documenting all the various mats, signs and displays throughout the neighbourhood more systematically. I photographed dozens of examples that could be considered more genuinely unwelcoming than my humorous mat. The evidence of selective enforcement was overwhelming. Political signs, religious messages, sports team displays, and genuinely intimidating warning signs were all allowed to remain, while my obviously sarcastic mat was targeted for removal. My lawyer filed a formal complaint with the state agency that oversees HOA operations. The complaint detailed the arbitrary enforcement, the lack of clear standards, and the apparent targeting of my property based on anonymous complaints. The investigation took several months, but the state agency ultimately ruled that the HOA had violated proper enforcement procedures. They found that the guidelines were too vague and that the selective enforcement appeared to be discriminatory. The agency ordered the HOA to revoke my violation and to develop clearer, more specific standards for decorative displays. They also required the board to apply any restrictions consistently across all properties. Donna resigned as board president shortly after the state ruling. The new board implemented much more reasonable guidelines that focus on genuinely offensive or inappropriate displays rather than policing obvious humour. My go-away mat is still greeting visitors at my front door, and it continues to get positive reactions from people who appreciate the sarcasm. Several neighbours have thanked me for challenging the arbitrary enforcement that had made everyone worried about expressing any personality in their home displays. That story is over. Getting fined for a sarcastic welcome mat while ignoring actually intimidating messages shows how some HOA boards completely lose sight of common sense. The fact that beware of dog was fine but go away was too aggressive is peak selective enforcement. Moving on to someone who learned that their neighbour has a very creative approach to parking enforcement. My neighbour put up a fake no parking sign. I live on a street with pretty typical residential parking. There are spaces along the curb that are public property, and generally people park wherever they can find an open spot without much drama. Most residents park in their own driveways when possible, but street parking is normal and accepted by everyone. The house 2 doors down from me is owned by a guy named Vincent, who seems to have very strong opinions about the parking situation on our street. Vincent drives a large SUV and apparently prefers to have easy access to the spot directly in front of his house, even though it's public street parking. About 3 months ago, I started noticing a new sign posted on the utility pole in front of Vincent's house. The sign looked official, with the same white background and black lettering as genuine municipal parking signs. It read, "No parking, City Ordinance 47B, violators will be towed." I'd lived on the street for several years and had never seen any parking restrictions in that area. The sign seemed odd, but I assumed the city had implemented some new regulation that I wasn't aware of. Municipal parking rules can change without much notice to residents. The sign was effective in keeping that particular spot empty. Most people assumed it was legitimate and parked elsewhere, rather than risk getting towed. Vincent's SUV was now able to park directly in front of his house, every day, without competition from other vehicles. After a few weeks, I started to suspect that something wasn't right about the sign. I'd never received any notification from the city about new parking restrictions, and there didn't seem to be any legitimate reason why that specific spot would be off limits. I decided to call the city's parking enforcement division to ask about Ordinance 47B and the restrictions in front of Vincent's house. The officer I spoke with checked their database and told me that no such ordinance existed and that there were no official parking restrictions on our street. The sign was completely fake. Vincent had apparently created his own official-looking parking restriction to reserve the public street space in front of his house for his personal use. I was annoyed by Vincent's deception, but I wasn't sure how to handle the situation. Confronting him directly might create neighbourhood drama, but allowing him to continue misleading people with a fake city sign seemed wrong. I decided to test the situation by parking in the supposedly restricted space. If the sign was fake, nothing should happen. If there were actual city regulations I didn't know about, I'd deal with the consequences. I parked my car in the spot and went about my normal routine. No citation appeared on my windshield, no towing company contacted me, and the city showed no interest in my alleged violation of the non-existent ordinance. But Vincent was very interested in my parking choice. About 2 hours after I'd parked there, he came storming out of his house to confront me about ignoring the clearly posted parking restriction. Vincent demanded that I move my car immediately, claiming that I was violating city law and that he'd call to have my vehicle towed if I didn't comply. He seemed genuinely angry that someone would dare park in the space he'd claimed with his fake sign. I told Vincent that I'd called the city and confirmed that no such parking restriction existed. I explained that Ordinance 47B was fictional and that his sign had no legal authority. Vincent looked flustered, but insisted that the sign was legitimate. When I offered to call parking enforcement with Vincent present to confirm that the restriction was fake, he became defensive. He claimed that the sign had been installed by the city and that he had no control over parking enforcement policies. I pointed out that if the sign was legitimate, he wouldn't have any reason to confront me personally instead of just calling the city to report a violation. His personal investment in the parking space made it obvious that he'd created the restriction himself. Vincent eventually admitted that he'd put up the sign, but claimed it was justified because he needed reliable parking for his work truck. He said that other residents could park anywhere else on the street, but that he specifically needed the spot in front of his house. I explained that public street parking belonged to everyone, and that he couldn't create fake city ordinances to reserve spaces for himself. Vincent said that most people weren't using that spot anyway, so his sign wasn't really hurting anyone. The conversation ended with Vincent making it clear that he considered the spot his personal parking space, and that he'd continue to defend his right to it, regardless of the legal technicalities. Over the next few days, I noticed that Vincent had become more aggressive about protecting his claimed parking space. He started coming outside whenever anyone parked there, sometimes yelling at drivers and pointing at his fake sign. One evening, I witnessed Vincent confronting an elderly neighbour who had parked in the spot while visiting a friend on our street. Vincent was demanding that she move her car immediately, claiming she was violating city law and could be towed at any moment. The elderly woman was clearly intimidated by Vincent's aggressive behaviour and his official-looking sign. She moved her car to a spot much farther from her destination, struggling with the longer walk, while Vincent watched from his doorway. I decided that Vincent's behaviour had crossed the line from annoying to genuinely harmful. He was using his fake authority to intimidate neighbours and manipulate public parking access for his personal benefit. I called the city's code enforcement office to report the fake parking sign. The officer I spoke with said they dealt with unauthorised signs regularly and would send someone out to investigate and remove any illegitimate postings. The code enforcement officer arrived the next day and immediately identified Vincent's sign as fake. The formatting, font and reference number were all inconsistent with actual city signage, making it obviously fraudulent. When the officer knocked on Vincent's door to discuss the unauthorised sign, Vincent tried to claim that he'd found it and assumed it was legitimate, but the officer pointed out that fake parking signs were illegal regardless of who installed them. Vincent received a citation for posting unauthorised signage and was warned that impersonating city authority could result in more serious charges. The fake sign was removed immediately, and Vincent was told that any future unauthorised postings would result in escalating penalties. The removal of the fake sign restored normal parking access to that section of street. Vincent was clearly unhappy about losing his reserved space, but he couldn't argue with the legal reality that public parking couldn't be privatised with homemade signs. Vincent hasn't spoken to me since the code enforcement visit, clearly suspecting that I was the one who reported his fake sign. He now has to compete for street parking like everyone else, and his SUV often ends up parked several spaces away from his house. That story's over. Creating fake city ordinances to reserve public parking spots takes serious creativity and complete disregard for how laws actually work. The fact that he was intimidating elderly neighbours with his phony authority makes it even more infuriating. Let's move on to someone who discovered that children's outdoor activities can apparently violate community standards. The HOA banned kids' sidewalk chalk. Our neighbourhood has always been family-friendly, with lots of children who play outside regularly. One of the most common and innocent activities has been kids drawing with sidewalk chalk on the public walkways throughout the community. The colourful drawings have been a cheerful part of our streetscape for years. My daughter Emma loves creating elaborate chalk masterpieces on the sidewalk in front of our house. She draws hopscotch games, rainbow designs, positive messages, and sometimes copies of her favourite cartoon characters. The drawings wash away with the first rain and never cause any permanent damage to the concrete. Other children in the neighbourhood have similar hobbies, and it's common to see sidewalks decorated with various chalk creations during the warmer months. Parents generally encourage the activity because it keeps kids active, creative, and playing outside instead of being glued to screens indoors. The drawings have never been inappropriate or offensive. Kids typically create hearts, flowers, animals, and uplifting messages like "Have a good day" or "Smile." The chalk art adds a whimsical, community-oriented feeling to our streets that most residents seem to appreciate. That all changed last month when I received a letter from our HOA. The letter informed me that chalk drawings on sidewalks were now prohibited under new community guidelines, and that any future violations would result in fines starting at $75. The letter categorized sidewalk chalk as unauthorized street art that created visual disruption and cleanliness issues throughout the community. It stated that all decorative markings on public walkways needed to be removed immediately, and that parents were expected to supervise children more carefully to prevent community defacement. I was stunned by this new policy. Sidewalk chalk has been a traditional childhood activity for generations, and the idea that temporary, washable drawings constituted defacement was ridiculous. The chalk art created by neighbourhood kids was innocent, creative, and added charm to our community. I called the HOA office to ask about the rationale behind banning children's chalk drawings. The woman who answered explained that the board had received complaints about the sidewalks looking messy and unprofessional, with colourful markings throughout the community. When I pointed out that sidewalk chalk washes away naturally with rain and doesn't cause any permanent damage, she said that the temporary nature wasn't the issue. She claimed that the drawings created visual inconsistency that detracted from the neighbourhood's refined appearance. I asked how many complaints they'd received about children's chalk art, and she said that information was confidential. When I requested to see the written policy that classified sidewalk chalk as unauthorised street art, she said she'd email me the guidelines. What I received was a brief statement about maintaining clean professional walkways and preventing unauthorised markings on community surfaces. The language was broad enough to potentially prohibit any kind of temporary decoration or marking. I decided to attend the next board meeting to discuss this policy. The meeting was packed with parents who had received similar letters about their children's chalk activities. The community room was fuller than I'd ever seen it for a regular HOA meeting. When it came time for homeowner comments, parent after parent stood up to express frustration about the chalk ban. One mother mentioned that her 5-year-old daughter had cried when told she couldn't draw hopscotch games anymore. Another father pointed out that encouraging outdoor creative play was beneficial for child development. The board president, a stern man named Robert, listened to the comments with obvious impatience. When the discussion period ended, he explained that the board's responsibility was to maintain property values and community standards, even when those decisions were unpopular. Robert claimed that potential home buyers expected to see pristine, unmarked sidewalks when touring the neighbourhood. He said that chalk drawings, while innocent, created an impression of lax community standards that could affect property values. When a parent asked if there was any actual evidence that sidewalk chalk affected home sales, Robert said that real estate professionals had advised the board about maintaining premium neighbourhood appearance. The discussion became heated when parents pointed out that the chalk drawings were temporary and harmless. Robert said that the temporary nature wasn't relevant if the markings were visible during property showings or community assessments. Several parents mentioned that children's outdoor activities were part of what made the neighbourhood family-friendly and attractive to buyers with kids. Robert dismissed this argument, saying that families could find other creative activities that didn't involve marking public walkways. The meeting ended with the board making it clear that the chalk ban would remain in effect and that violations would be consistently enforced. They said parents needed to find alternative activities for their children that didn't impact community appearance. I left that meeting feeling like the HOA had declared war on childhood itself. The idea that innocent chalk drawings threatened property values seemed completely disconnected from reality. Several parents decided to research HOA authority over public sidewalks and children's activities. We discovered that many courts have ruled against overly restrictive policies that target normal childhood behaviours, especially when those activities occur on public property. We also learned that HOAs generally can't regulate activities on city-owned sidewalks, since those walkways belong to the municipal government rather than the homeowners association. A group of parents hired a lawyer who specialised in HOA disputes and children's rights. She agreed that banning sidewalk chalk was problematic because it targeted normal childhood activities and potentially overstepped the HOA's authority over public walkways. Our lawyer sent a letter to the HOA challenging the chalk ban and requesting documentation of the complaints and evidence supporting the policy. She also questioned whether the HOA had authority to regulate activities on public sidewalks. The HOA's response was to claim that maintaining community standards required preventing all unauthorised markings, regardless of their temporary nature or innocent intent. They provided no specific evidence of property value impacts or legitimate community concerns. Meanwhile, parents began documenting the enforcement to see if it was being applied consistently. We discovered that the HOA was ignoring other temporary markings like contractor spray paint, utility markings, and even permanent stains on the sidewalks, while focusing exclusively on children's chalk art obvious. The selective with children, rather than address genuine enforcement, was designed specifically to target families and seem cleanliness, or lawyer filed a formal appearance issues. Our complaint with the state complaint detailed the targeting of children, public sidewalks, the investigation agency that oversees HOA operations, the enforcement able authority over activities, and the questioned overstepped their authority. They found that public took several months, but the state sidewalks word that the HOA agency ultimately rule municipal property and regulate couldn't that the association, temporary, order yoke, or the HOA to rev sidewalk chalk. The agency, harmless activities like chalk-related violations on genuine community maintenance, eyes their policies to focus and to rev rather than targeting children's creative activities. Robert resign ruling. Fed as board president shortly board sent new after the state out a newsletter encouraging families to enjoy outdoors sidewalk. Chalk was activities and clarifying that children welcome in has been much more enjoyable for neighbourhood the community. This summered kids. Emma Yet has create children have joined, another of her most elaborate chalk masterpieces, summed into throughout artwork, our streets create collaborative. The colourful drawings have brought back the sense our neighbourhood special. That makes of community joy's sidewalk, chalk, unauthorised street art children's story is over. Calling is war like declaring actual ignore on childhood itself. The fact that they permanent stable drawings shows how discananes, while targeting rejected some humanency, become deck HOA boards from basic, at least the kids one in the end. Our next story comes from someone who learned that apparently even musical therapy has noise restrictions. My neighbour plays the drums in his garage every night. I've been living in my current house for about 4 years, and the neighbourhood has always been relatively quiet and peaceful. Most residents are considerate about noise levels, especially during evening hours when people are trying to relax or sleep. That tranquility was shattered when Leo moved into the house next door about 8 months ago. Leo seems like a nice enough guy during normal interactions, and he keeps his property well maintained. The problem is his hobby, or as he calls it, his therapy. Every evening around 9 o'clock, Leo opens his garage door and begins what can only be described as an assault on the neighborhood's peace. He has a full drum set positioned in his garage, and he plays with the enthusiasm and volume of someone preparing for a stadium concert. The first few times it happened, I thought maybe Leo was in a band and was practicing for upcoming performances. The music was loud enough to be heard clearly inside my house, with all the windows closed, but I figured it was temporary and tried to be understanding about someone pursuing their musical interests. But the drumming became a nightly occurrence. Every single evening, without fail, Leo would fire up his drum kit and play for 2 to 3 hours straight. The sound would echo through the entire neighborhood, making it impossible for anyone nearby to have normal evening activities. The timing was particularly problematic. 9 o'clock is when most people are winding down for the day, watching television, reading, or helping children with homework. Leo's drumming made all of these activities nearly impossible due to the overwhelming volume. After about 2 weeks of nightly drum sessions, I decided to have a friendly conversation with Leo about the noise level. I walked over one evening after he'd finished playing and mentioned that the sound was pretty intense and asked if he might consider moving his practice sessions to earlier in the day. Leo's response surprised me. He explained that drumming was his form of therapy and stress relief after long work days, and that evening was the only time he could fit it into his schedule. He said that music was essential for his mental health and that he needed the outlet to cope with daily pressures. I understood the therapeutic value of music, but I pointed out that his therapy was preventing everyone else in the neighborhood from enjoying their own evening relaxation. I suggested that maybe he could use a practice pad or electric drums with headphones to get the same therapeutic benefit without the noise. Leo said that electronic drums didn't provide the same physical and emotional release as acoustic drums, and that using practice pads wouldn't give him the full therapeutic experience he needed. He claimed that the physical sensation of hitting real drums was crucial for his stress management. When I mentioned that the noise was affecting my ability to sleep and relax in my own home, Leo said that was unfortunate, but that he couldn't sacrifice his mental health for other people's convenience. He seemed to genuinely believe that his need for drum therapy outweighed everyone else's need for peace and quiet. The conversation ended with Leo making it clear that he wasn't going to change his practice schedule or find ways to reduce the noise level. He said that people living in neighborhoods had to expect some level of noise from their neighbors' activities. The nightly drumming continued, and if anything, it seemed to get louder and more intense. Leo appeared to be expanding his repertoire and practicing more complex rhythms that required even more energetic playing. I started asking other neighbors if the drumming was bothering them. It turned out that everyone within a 3-block radius could hear Leo's nightly sessions clearly. Several people mentioned that they'd started wearing earplugs or using white noise machines to cope with the sound. One neighbor told me that her infant had started having trouble sleeping because the drumming would wake him up just as he was settling down for the night. Another resident mentioned that he'd given up watching television in his living room because the drum noise made it impossible to hear dialogue. The most frustrated neighbor was an elderly woman who lived directly across from Leo. She said the vibrations from his drumming were strong enough to rattle items on her shelves, and that the noise was aggravating her anxiety and making it difficult for her to take her evening medications on schedule. I decided to research local noise ordinances to see if Leo's drumming violated any municipal regulations. It turns out that our city has quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. on weekdays and until 9 a.m. on weekends, but Leo's drumming usually ended by 11 p.m, so it was technically within legal limits. However, the ordinance also mentioned that excessive noise at any hour could be considered a nuisance if it significantly interfered with neighbors' reasonable use of their property. Leo's drumming seemed to qualify as excessive noise that was affecting multiple households. I called the non-emergency police line to ask about the noise situation. The officer I spoke with said they could send someone the volume out to assess and determine level if it constituted a noise violation, even during non-quiet hours. The police visit happened on a Tuesday evening during one of Leo's marathon drum sessions. The officer could hear the noise clearly from the street and agreed that it was excessive for a residential area. He spoke with Leo about reducing the volume or limiting his practice hours. Leo was not happy about the police visit. He argued with the officer about his right to play music in his own garage and claimed that he wasn't violating any noise ordinances since it was before 10 p.m. The officer explained that noise violations could occur at any hour if the sound was unreasonably loud. After the officer left, Leo came over to confront me about calling the police. He accused me of being vindictive and said that involving law enforcement was an overreaction to a simple noise issue. He claimed that reasonable neighbours should be able to work out conflicts without involving authorities. I reminded Leo that I'd tried to discuss the issue with him directly, and he'd refused to make any accommodations for the neighbourhood's peace and quiet. I said that involving police was necessary because he wouldn't consider reasonable compromises. Leo said that drumming was essential for his mental health and that asking him to stop was like asking someone to give up necessary medication. He claimed that people who couldn't tolerate normal neighbourhood sounds should consider moving to more rural areas. The police citation apparently got Leo's attention because he reduced his drumming sessions from 3 hours to about 90 minutes. The volume remained the same, but the shorter duration made the situation somewhat more tolerable. However, Leo's compliance didn't last long. Within a few weeks, he was back to his original schedule of long, loud drumming sessions that dominated the neighbourhood's evening soundscape. The police issued him another citation when neighbours called about the resumed excessive noise. This time, Leo decided to fight the ticket and hired a lawyer to argue that his musical activities were protected expression that couldn't be restricted by noise ordinances. The legal challenge was unsuccessful. The judge ruled that while people have the right to play music, they don't have the right to inflict excessive noise on their neighbours. The court upheld the citation and warned Leo that future violations would result in larger fines. Leo finally invested in soundproofing materials for his garage and switched to a combination of acoustic and electronic drums. The sound level is now much more reasonable, though we can still hear his evening practice sessions faintly. Leo and I haven't had a friendly conversation since the police citations began. He clearly considers me the neighbour who ruined his therapeutic routine, even though all I wanted was to be able to enjoy my evenings without overwhelming drum noise. That story is over. Calling 3 hours of nightly drumming therapy while refusing to consider your neighbour's need for basic peace is peak entitlement. The fact that he fought the citation in court rather than just buying some soundproofing shows how committed he was to making everyone else suffer for his stress relief. Speaking of neighbours who think their problems become everyone else's responsibility, this next story comes from someone who discovered that property damage can apparently be a shared expense. The HOA tried to charge me for my neighbour's fence damage. I've been living in Cedar Heights for about 3 years now, and generally the HOA has been reasonable about handling community issues and property maintenance. They keep the common areas in good condition, organise occasional neighbourhood events, and don't usually get too involved in disputes between individual residents. That changed last month when I received an unexpected bill from the HOA for $850. The bill was labelled Property Damage Assessment and claimed that I was being charged for repairs to a fence that had been damaged during a storm. I was completely confused by this bill because I hadn't damaged any fences, and my own property didn't have any storm damage that required HOA involvement. I called the management company to ask about the charges and find out why I was being billed for repairs I didn't understand. The woman who answered explained that during a recent windstorm, a large tree branch had fallen and damaged the fence between my property and my neighbour's yard. She said that since the damage occurred along our shared property line, both homeowners were being assessed equally for the repair costs. I told her that I hadn't been aware of any fence damage and asked to see documentation of the repairs and the policy that allowed the HOA to split costs between neighbours. She said she'd email me the information, but what I received was just A brief invoice from a fencing contractor with no details about the damage or the decision-making process. I decided to go outside and examine the fence line to see what repairs had supposedly been done. What I discovered was that about 20 feet of fencing along my neighbour's side of the property line had been completely replaced with new materials. The interesting thing was that the damaged section had been entirely on my neighbour's property, not on the shared boundary line. The fallen branch had knocked down a portion of fencing that belonged exclusively to my neighbour, Glenn, and the repairs had restored his property to its previous condition. I called the HOA back to point out that the fence damage and repairs had occurred entirely on my neighbour's side of the property line, not on shared community property. The woman seemed confused by this information and said she'd need to review the situation with the board. A few days later, I received a call from the HOA president explaining their decision to split the repair costs. She said that, even though the damage was technically on Glenn's property, the fallen branch had come from a tree that was positioned between our 2 yards, making both properties indirectly responsible for the incident. I asked her to clarify what she meant by indirectly responsible, and she explained that since the tree was near the property line, both homeowners had benefited from its presence over the years and should share the cost when it caused damage. This logic seemed completely backward to me. The tree hadn't been on my property, the damage hadn't affected my property, and the repairs hadn't improved anything on my side of the fence. I was being asked to pay for restoration of my neighbour's private property based on some vague concept of shared responsibility. I requested to see the written HOA policy that allowed them to assess homeowners for repairs to their neighbour's private property. The president said she'd send me the relevant guidelines, but what I received was just general language about community cooperation and shared maintenance responsibilities. There was nothing specific about splitting costs for damage to individual properties, and certainly nothing that would support charging me for repairs that exclusively benefited my neighbour's fence. I decided to research HOA Assessment Authority and learned that associations generally can't charge homeowners for repairs to private property unless there are specific provisions in the community guidelines or the damage involves shared facilities. I also discovered that the tree in question was actually located entirely on Glenn's property, not on the boundary line as the HOA had claimed. The tree was about 6 feet inside Glenn's yard, making it clearly his responsibility under normal property ownership principles. Armed with this information, I attended the next HOA board meeting to challenge the assessment. I brought photos showing the tree's location on Glenn's property and the fence repairs that had exclusively benefited his side of the boundary line. When I presented this evidence to the board, they seemed uncomfortable and uncertain about their previous decision. The president admitted that they hadn't carefully surveyed the property lines before deciding to split the repair costs. Glenn was also at the meeting, and he seemed embarrassed by the situation. He acknowledged that the tree was on his property and that the fence repairs had only restored his own fencing. He said he'd been surprised when the HOA told him they were splitting the costs with me. The board went into a brief executive session to discuss the situation. When they returned, the president announced that they were reviewing their assessment decision and would provide updated information within 2 weeks. I thought this would be the end of the issue, but the board's follow-up was even more frustrating than their original decision. They sent me a letter explaining that while the tree and fence were technically on Glenn's property, my presence as a neighbour had contributed to the overall circumstances that led to the damage. The letter claimed that neighbourhood relationships created shared responsibilities that extended beyond strict property lines, and that community harmony required residents to help each other with unexpected expenses like storm damage. This reasoning was so vague and illogical that I decided to hire a lawyer to challenge the assessment. The attorney I consulted agreed that the HOA had no legal basis for charging me for repairs to my neighbour's private property. My lawyer sent a formal letter to the HOA demanding that they withdraw the assessment and refund any payments I'd made. The letter explained that HOAS can't arbitrarily decide to split private property expenses between neighbours without specific legal authority. The HOA's response was to hire their own lawyer and claim that community cooperation sometimes required financial sharing arrangements that promoted neighbourhood stability. They provided no specific legal precedent for their position. The dispute dragged on for several months, with lawyers exchanging letters and the HOA insisting that their assessment was valid. Meanwhile, I refused to pay the $850 charge and documented all the communications for potential legal action. Eventually, the HOA's lawyer advised them that their position was legally weak and that they should withdraw the assessment. The association sent me a letter acknowledging that the fence repairs were Glenn's responsibility and that I wouldn't be charged for the work. Glenn ended up paying the full cost of his fence repairs, which was the appropriate outcome from the beginning. He apologised for the confusion and said he'd never expected the HOA to try to split his property maintenance costs with neighbours. The whole experience taught me that some HOA boards will make arbitrary decisions without considering legal or authority basic fairness principles. The idea that being someone's neighbour makes you indirectly responsible for their property damage is absurd and potentially opens the door to all kinds of unreasonable cost-sharing arrangements. That story is over. Being charged for your neighbour's fence repairs because you contributed to the overall circumstances by existing nearby is the kind of logic that makes people hate HOAs. The fact that they hired a lawyer to defend charging someone for damage that didn't even happen on their property shows how far some boards will go to avoid admitting they were wrong. Next up is someone who discovered that even the most peaceful decorations can somehow disturb the neighbourhood harmony. My neighbour complains about my wind chimes constantly. I've been living in my current house for about 2 years, and I've always tried to create a peaceful, welcoming, outdoor environment. One of the small touches I added to my back porch was a set of wind chimes that produce gentle, melodic sounds when the breeze catches them. The wind chimes aren't anything dramatic or overwhelming. They're made of bamboo and produce soft, natural tones that blend nicely with outdoor sounds, like birds chirping or leaves rustling. I chose them specifically because they're subtle and soothing, rather than loud or attention-grabbing. I hung the chimes on the covered portion of my back porch, positioned so they'd catch light breezes but wouldn't be constantly active during strong winds. The location keeps them away from my neighbour's windows and ensures that the sound is gentle rather than overwhelming. For the first year I lived here, the wind chimes never caused any issues or complaints. Visitors often commented on how peaceful and relaxing they found the soft chiming sounds, and I enjoyed having them as part of my outdoor relaxation space. That changed when Oliver moved into the house next door, about 6 months ago. Oliver seems like a quiet, serious person who keeps to himself and maintains his property meticulously. He works from home and appears to value a very controlled, quiet environment. The first complaint came about 2 weeks after Oliver moved in. He knocked on my door one evening and politely mentioned that the wind chimes were creating noise that interfered with his meditation practice. He asked if I might consider removing them or moving them to a location where they'd be less audible from his yard. I was surprised by this request because the wind chimes are quite subtle and only produce sound when there's enough breeze to move them. I explained that they were positioned on my back porch and weren't particularly loud, but I offered to adjust their placement if that would help reduce any noise concerns. Oliver said that even small sounds could be disruptive during meditation, and that he practiced in his backyard at various times throughout the day. He claimed that the unpredictable chiming was particularly problematic because he never knew when the sounds would occur. I suggested that perhaps he could adjust his meditation schedule to times when the wind was typically calmer, or find an indoor space that would be more consistently quiet. Oliver said that outdoor meditation was important for his spiritual practice, and that he shouldn't have to modify his routine because of my decorative choices. The conversation ended with the Oliver making it clear that he considered wind chimes a significant noise problem that was affecting his quality of life. I promised to think about possible solutions, but I was reluctant to remove something I enjoyed just because of one neighbour's sensitivity to gentle sounds. Over the next few weeks, Oliver's complaints became more frequent and more intense. He started keeping a log of every time the wind chimes made noise, documenting the time, duration, and his assessment of the volume level. Oliver would come over with his notebook and show me entries like Tuesday 3:47 p.m, chimes active for 12 minutes, moderate intensity, or Friday 10:23 a.m, brief chiming, disrupted morning meditation. He seemed to be treating the situation like a scientific study of noise pollution. I pointed out that wind chimes are designed to respond to natural breezes and that the sounds they produce are generally considered peaceful and relaxing by most people. Oliver said that what other people found relaxing wasn't relevant to his specific needs and sensitivity levels. When I mentioned that the chimes only made noise when there was wind, and that natural sounds like birds or rustling leaves were much more constant, Oliver said that natural sounds were different because they were organic rather than artificial. The complaints escalated when Oliver started timing his outdoor activities to coincide with periods when my wind chimes were active. He'd come outside during breezy afternoons and stand in his yard looking pointedly at my porch whenever the chimes made any sound. Oliver also began taking photographs and video recordings of the wind chimes, claiming he needed documentation for potential noise complaints with the city or HOA. He'd hold up his phone and record the chimes during windy periods, apparently trying to capture evidence of excessive noise. I decided to research local noise ordinances to see if wind chimes could possibly violate any regulations. It turns out that noise complaints typically focus on mechanical sounds, loud music, or sustained disturbances rather than gentle decorative elements that respond to natural wind patterns. The city's noise enforcement officer told me that wind chimes generally aren't considered problematic unless they're extremely large or positioned in ways that create unusually loud sounds. My small bamboo chimes wouldn't typically generate enough volume to constitute a noise violation. Armed with this information, I had another conversation with Oliver about his ongoing complaints. I explained that the wind chimes were well within normal noise levels and that his sensitivity to the sounds was more of a personal preference than a legitimate noise issue. Oliver became more agitated during this conversation and claimed that I was being inconsiderate by prioritizing my decorative preferences over his need for a quiet environment. He said that good neighbours should be willing to make reasonable accommodations for each other's needs. I pointed out that removing my wind chimes wouldn't be a reasonable accommodation, since they weren't creating excessive noise or violating any regulations. I suggested that if he needed complete silence for meditation, he might consider soundproofing his outdoor space or finding indoor alternatives. Oliver said that I was being selfish and that his meditation practice was more important than my decorative wind chimes. He threatened to file complaints with the HOA and the city if I didn't address what he called my noise pollution. True to his word, Oliver filed a formal complaint with our HOA about the wind chimes. The complaint described them as constant noise disruption that interfered with his peaceful enjoyment of his property. He included his detailed log of chiming incidents and photos of the chimes from various angles. The HOA sent me a letter asking me to respond to the noise complaint and explain my position regarding the wind chimes. I provided information about the chime's size, placement, and sound levels, along with documentation that they complied with all local noise regulations. The HOA board reviewed both positions and determined that small wind chimes positioned on private property didn't constitute a violation of community standards. They noted that decorative elements that respond to natural weather conditions are generally acceptable as long as they don't create excessive disturbance. Oliver was not satisfied with the HOA's decision. He appealed their ruling and demanded a formal hearing to present additional evidence about the noise impact. The hearing was scheduled for the following month, and Oliver spent weeks preparing what he called his comprehensive case against my wind chimes. At the hearing, Oliver presented a detailed presentation, complete with charts, graphs, and audio recordings of the chimes. He'd measured decibel levels, tracked wind patterns, and even created a map showing how the sound carried across property lines. The presentation was impressively thorough, but also completely disproportionate to the actual issue. Oliver had spent dozens of hours documenting gentle chiming sounds that most people would barely notice, treating tiny bamboo wind chimes like they were industrial noise hazards. I simply explained that the wind chimes were small, peaceful, and positioned appropriately on my own property. Several other neighbours attended the hearing and testified that they'd never been bothered by the chimes and actually found them pleasant. The HOA board unanimously rejected Oliver's appeal. The president noted that while they appreciated his thorough documentation, the evidence showed that the wind chimes produced minimal sound that fell well within acceptable limits for residential decorations. Oliver left the hearing visibly frustrated and announced that he'd be taking his complaint to the city's noise enforcement division. He seemed convinced that higher authorities would validate his position about the disruptive nature of my wind chimes. The city's investigation was brief and conclusive. The noise enforcement officer visited during a breezy afternoon, listened to the chimes for about 10 minutes, and determined that they produced no measurable noise violation. His report described them as typical residential wind chimes producing gentle intermittent sounds. Faced with official rejections from both the HOA and the city, Oliver finally stopped filing formal complaints about my wind chimes. However, he continued to demonstrate his displeasure through passive-aggressive behaviour. Oliver started positioning himself in his backyard whenever the wind picked up, making exaggerated gestures of frustration whenever the chimes made any sound. He'd ostentatiously put on headphones or go inside with dramatic sighs when breezy weather activated the chimes. He also began playing meditation music loudly in his backyard during windy periods, apparently trying to drown out the chiming sounds with his own audio preferences. The meditation music was actually much louder than my wind chimes ever were, but Oliver seemed oblivious to this irony. The most ridiculous incident occurred when Oliver installed a small weather station in his yard and started tracking wind patterns to predict when my chimes would be active. He'd check his equipment obsessively and adjust his outdoor activities to avoid times when breezes might trigger the chimes. Eventually, Oliver moved out of the neighbourhood about 3 months ago. I don't know if his decision was related to the wind chime situation, but his departure certainly restored peace to the area. The new neighbours actually complimented my chimes and said they found the gentle sounds relaxing. Looking back, I'm amazed by how much energy Oliver invested in fighting such a minor issue. His detailed documentation and multiple appeals showed an impressive commitment to his position, but also a complete lack of perspective about normal neighbourhood sounds. That story's over. Creating charts and graphs to document tiny wind chimes is the kind of obsessive behaviour that makes you wonder how some people function in society. The fact that he installed a weather station to predict chiming sounds shows a level of commitment to being miserable that's almost impressive. Our next story comes from someone who discovered that, apparently, even your choice of vehicle can violate community standards. The HOA said my car looked too old for the neighbourhood. I've been living in Sunset Manor for about 4 years now, and I drive a 2012 Honda Civic that I bought used about 3 years ago. The car runs perfectly, gets excellent gas mileage, and has been completely reliable for my daily commuting needs. It's not flashy or new, but it's well maintained and serves its purpose perfectly. The car is silver, has no visible damage or rust, and I keep it reasonably clean, both inside and out. It's the kind of practical, dependable vehicle that millions of people drive every day without anyone thinking twice about it. I've never considered it to be an eyesore or inappropriate for any neighbourhood. That perspective was challenged when I received a letter from our HOA last month. The letter informed me that my vehicle didn't meet community standards for aesthetic appropriateness. and that I needed to replace it with a more suitable car within 60 days or face ongoing fines. I read the letter 3 times because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. According to the HOA, my perfectly functional Honda was creating visual degradation that was inconsistent with the upscale image our community was trying to maintain. The letter referenced a community guideline about vehicles needing to reflect the refined character of the neighbourhood, but it didn't provide any specific age limits, brand restrictions, or condition requirements that would help me understand what was actually prohibited. I called the HOA office to ask for clarification about which specific aspect of my car violated community standards. The woman who answered explained that the Architectural Review Committee had determined that vehicles older than 5 years were inappropriate for display in our premium neighbourhood. I pointed out that my 2012 Honda was well maintained, fully functional and indistinguishable from newer models to most casual observers. She said that the age of the vehicle was the primary concern, regardless of its condition or appearance. When I asked to see the written policy that established a 5-year age limit for resident vehicles, she said she'd email me the relevant guidelines. What I received was just vague language about maintaining community standards and ensuring that all visible elements reflected the neighbourhood's premium positioning. There was no specific mention of vehicle age limits, and certainly nothing that would clearly prohibit a well-maintained car that was only 7 years old. I decided to drive around the neighbourhood to observe what other residents were driving. What I discovered was that there were dozens of vehicles that appeared to be older than mine, including some that looked significantly more worn or outdated. I photographed several cars that were clearly from the early 2000s, some with visible rust, dents or faded paint. There were pickup trucks from the 1990s, SUVs with obvious wear and tear, and even a few cars that looked like they might not run properly. None of these vehicles had apparently received violation notices, despite being older and less well maintained than my Honda. The selective enforcement was obvious and seemed to be based on personal complaints, rather than consistent policy application. I attended the next HOA board meeting to discuss the vehicle violation. The meeting was held in our community centre, and about 15 residents were in attendance. When it came time for homeowner comments, I brought photos showing various vehicles throughout the neighbourhood to demonstrate the inconsistent enforcement. The board president, a stern woman named Patricia, listened to my presentation but seemed uninterested in the evidence of selective enforcement. She said that my vehicle had been specifically brought to their attention by concerned residents who felt it detracted from the neighbourhood's appearance. I asked how many residents had complained about my car, and Patricia said that complaint information was confidential. When I pointed out that newer-looking vehicles than mine were being ignored while my well-maintained Honda was targeted, she said that each situation was evaluated individually. Patricia claimed that my Honda, despite its good condition, represented a lower-tier vehicle category that wasn't appropriate for a luxury community. She said that residents who chose to live in premium neighbourhoods had certain obligations to maintain appropriate standards. I pointed out that Honda was a reputable, reliable brand and that many luxury communities had residents driving similar vehicles. Patricia said that brand reputation wasn't the issue, but rather the age and perceived value of the vehicle. When I mentioned that my car was worth significantly more than some of the older trucks and SUVs that weren't receiving citations, Patricia said that truck and SUV categories had different standards because they served practical purposes. The discussion became heated when I suggested that the HOA was essentially discriminating against people based on their choice of practical, fuel-efficient transportation. Patricia said that residents were free to drive whatever they wanted, but that community standards required certain vehicles to be parked out of sight. She proposed that I could park my Honda in my garage and purchase a more appropriate vehicle for display in my driveway. I pointed out that my garage was used for storage and that requiring residents to buy additional cars to meet aesthetic standards seemed unreasonable. The meeting ended with the board making it clear that the violation would stand and that I needed to find a solution within the specified time frame. Patricia said that maintaining property values sometimes required residents to make investments they hadn't initially planned. I left that meeting feeling like the HOA had completely lost touch with reality. The idea that a reliable, well-maintained car could threaten property values seemed absurd, especially when much older and more worn vehicles were being ignored. I decided to research HOA authority over vehicle restrictions and learned that associations generally need clear, specific guidelines to regulate residents' cars. Vague language about appropriateness usually isn't sufficient to support vehicle restrictions. I also discovered that many courts have ruled against HOAs that try to impose vehicle standards based on age or perceived value, rather than actual condition or legitimate safety concerns. I hired a lawyer who specialized in HOA disputes to review my case. She agreed that the violation was problematic because the guidelines were too vague and the enforcement was clearly selective and discriminatory. My lawyer sent a letter to the HOA challenging the vehicle violation and requesting specific documentation of the standards I was allegedly violating. She also demanded information about why similar or older vehicles weren't receiving the same enforcement. The HOA's response was to claim that my Honda represented a category of vehicle that was inappropriate for the community, but they couldn't provide any specific written standards that defined these categories or established age limits. Meanwhile, I documented the selective enforcement more systematically, photographing every vehicle in the neighborhood and noting their apparent age and condition. The evidence showed that dozens of older vehicles were being ignored while my well-maintained Honda was specifically targeted. My lawyer filed a formal complaint with the state agency that regulates HOA operations. The complaint detailed the arbitrary enforcement, the lack of clear standards, and the apparent discrimination based on vehicle brand or perceived value. The investigation took several months, but the state agency ultimately ruled that the HOA had violated proper enforcement procedures. They found that the guidelines were too vague to support vehicle restrictions and that the selective enforcement appeared to be discriminatory. The agency ordered the HOA to revoke my vehicle violation and to develop clear, specific standards for any future vehicle regulations. They also required the board to apply any restrictions consistently across all properties. Patricia resigned as board president shortly after the state ruling. The new board sent out a newsletter clarifying that well-maintained vehicles of any reasonable age were welcome in the community as long as they were legally registered and in good working condition. My Honda is still parked in my driveway, and it continues to run perfectly and serve all my transportation needs. Several neighbours have thanked me for challenging the arbitrary vehicle restrictions that had made everyone worried about whether their cars were fancy enough for the neighbourhood. That story is over. Getting cited because your reliable Honda is apparently too low a tier for the neighbourhood, while ignoring actual rust buckets, shows how disconnected some HOA boards become from reality. The fact that they suggested buying a second car just for driveway display purposes is peak absurd entitlement. Let's move on to someone who discovered that their neighbour has a very loose definition of borrowing versus permanent acquisition. My neighbour keeps borrowing my lawn tools and forgets to return them. I've been living next door to Kevin for about 2 years now, and initially our relationship seemed pretty normal. We'd exchange pleasantries over the fence, help each other with occasional small favours, and generally maintain the kind of casual, neighbourly relationship that makes residential areas pleasant. Kevin mentioned early on that he was new to home ownership and was still building up his collection of lawn care equipment. I was sympathetic to this situation since I remembered how expensive it could be to acquire all the tools needed for proper yard maintenance when you're just starting out. The first time Kevin asked to borrow something was about 18 months ago. He knocked on my door and explained that his grass was getting long, but he hadn't bought a lawnmower yet. He asked if he could borrow mine for a quick trim of his front yard, promising to return it the same day with a full tank of gas. I was happy to help out a neighbour who was clearly trying to keep his property maintained. Kevin did return the mower that evening as promised, with the gas tank filled and a genuine thank you for the favour. I thought it was exactly the kind of neighbourly cooperation that makes communities work well. But Kevin's borrowing requests became increasingly frequent. Over the next few months, he asked to borrow my edger, my leaf blower, my hedge trimmer, and various hand tools for different yard projects. Each time, he promised quick returns and seemed genuinely grateful for the help. The pattern started changing when Kevin began keeping my tools for longer periods. What started as same-day borrowing stretched into multi-day loans, then week-long arrangements, where I'd have to remind Kevin to return items I needed for my own yard work. About a year ago, I realised that Kevin had been using my leaf blower for over 3 weeks without returning it. When I went over to ask for it back, Kevin seemed surprised that I needed it and said he'd thought I was done with full cleanup. He returned it immediately, but seemed inconvenienced by my request. That incident made me start paying closer attention to which tools Kevin had borrowed but never returned to me. I started keeping a mental inventory of my missing equipment and realised that Kevin had accumulated quite a collection of my tools over the months. The situation reached a breaking point when I went to get my hedge trimmer for spring cleanup and couldn't find it anywhere in my garage. I realised that Kevin had borrowed it 6 months earlier for what he called quick touch-up work and had never brought it back. When I went over to ask about the hedge trimmer, I found Kevin using it in his backyard. He seemed genuinely surprised when I asked for it back, saying he'd been using it regularly and had forgotten it wasn't his. He handed it over, but mentioned that he'd grown accustomed to having it available for his weekly yard maintenance. I started asking Kevin to return other tools I'd lent him over the past year. It turned out that he had my edger, 2 rakes, a shovel, pruning shears, and several smaller hand tools stored in his garage alongside his own equipment. Kevin returned everything, but seemed annoyed that I was keeping track of such minor things. Kevin explained that he'd gotten into a routine of using my tools and had started thinking of them as shared neighbourhood equipment. He said that since we were neighbours and he always took good care of everything, he didn't see the problem with keeping items that weren't being used actively. I pointed out that the tools belonged to me and that borrowing required asking permission each time, not just taking things whenever he needed them. Kevin said that knocking on my door every time he needed a tool seemed excessive and that he'd assumed we had an ongoing arrangement. The conversation ended with Kevin agreeing to ask before borrowing anything in the future, but his behaviour didn't change. He continued taking tools from my garage whenever I left it open, apparently believing that availability meant permission. The most frustrating incident happened when I discovered Kevin had borrowed my lawnmower while I was out of town, used it for his entire property, then returned it with an empty gas tank and grass clippings still caked on the deck. He left a note saying he'd noticed my grass was getting long and had mowed both our yards as a favour. When I confronted Kevin about using my mower without permission while I was away, he said he'd been trying to be helpful by maintaining my property. He seemed genuinely confused about why I was upset that he'd done yard work for me using my own equipment. I decided to install locks on my garage and tool shed to prevent unauthorised borrowing. Kevin's response was to leave notes asking me to unlock my equipment so he could handle urgent yard maintenance that couldn't wait for me to return home. The situation escalated when Kevin started complaining to other neighbours that I'd become possessive about my tools and wasn't willing to help out with community yard work. He painted me as the unreasonable neighbour who wouldn't share basic equipment with people who needed it. Several neighbours mentioned that Kevin had approached them about borrowing tools, apparently trying to build a network of equipment sources throughout the neighbourhood. He'd told some people that I was no longer lending tools and that he needed alternative options for his yard maintenance needs. I realised that Kevin had never actually purchased his own lawn care equipment, despite living in his house for over 2 years. He'd been relying entirely on borrowed tools from various neighbours, rotating between different sources to avoid wearing out his welcome with any single person. The final straw came when Kevin asked if he could store some of his yard equipment in my garage since his was getting crowded. When I looked at what he wanted to store, I realised that most of the items were actually my tools that he'd been keeping for so long, he'd forgotten they belonged to me. Kevin had my leaf blower, my extension cord, a wheelbarrow I'd lent him for a weekend project 8 months earlier, and several hand tools that he'd apparently integrated into his permanent collection. He'd been using my equipment so regularly that he'd lost track of what was his and what was borrowed. I reclaimed all of my tools and made it clear that Kevin needed to purchase his own equipment for future yard maintenance. He seemed genuinely surprised by and said that neighbours my decision should help each other out instead of being territorial about material possessions. Kevin finally started buying his own tools after being cut off from his network of neighbourhood borrowing. He clearly resented having to make these purchases and made several comments about how expensive yard equipment was and how much easier things had been when people were willing to share. Our relationship has been strained since I stopped lending him tools. Kevin acts like I've violated some unspoken community agreement about sharing resources. While I see him as someone who took advantage of neighbourly generosity without any intention of reciprocating or taking responsibility for his own equipment needs. That story is over. At this point, Kevin basically had a second garage worth of borrowed tools that he'd conveniently forgotten about. The fact that he wanted to store more stuff in the original's garage is just the perfect owner on top of years' cherry of weaponized forgetfulness. Some people really think borrowing means permanent ownership if you hold on to something long enough. Our next story comes from someone who discovered that apparently not decorating for holidays can be a community violation. The HOA fined me for not decorating for the holidays. I've been living in Maple Ridge Estates for about 3 years now, and generally, I've gotten along well with the community guidelines. I maintain my property, follow the rules, and participate in neighbourhood activities when I can. What I don't do is go overboard with holiday decorations. I'm not against Christmas or holiday celebrations. I just prefer a more understated approach to home decorating. I put up a simple wreath on my door and maybe some lights around my windows, but I don't turn my house into a winter wonderland with inflatable characters and elaborate displays. This past December, my approach to holiday decorating apparently became a community issue. I received a letter from the HOA informing me that my property was in violation of seasonal community standards and that I had 2 weeks to bring my decorations into compliance or face a fine of $200. I was completely confused by this notice because I'd never heard of any requirements for holiday decorating. I thought decorations were optional expressions of personal preference, not mandatory community obligations. That wraps up tonight's collection of stories from the internet's most fascinating neighbourhood disputes and HOA horror stories. Whether these tales helped you focus on that late-night project, kept you company during a long commute, or just reminded you that your own neighbours aren't so bad after all, I hope you found them as captivating as I did. The wild world of residential drama never seems to run out of material, and honestly, sometimes reality really is stranger than any fiction we could imagine. Thanks for spending your evening with these stories, and sweet dreams to anyone using this as background noise for sleep.